Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The building manager swore the apartment was empty, yet every night she heard footsteps from the unit above her. She finally confronted him about the noise, showing him a video recording of the sounds. His face went pale. "There's no apartment above yours, that's just the roof." In the quiet residential district of Oakwood Heights, where Victorian-era buildings stood shoulder to shoulder like aging sentinels, Elaine Mercer had found what she believed was the perfect apartment. The rent was reasonable, the location convenient, and the building itself possessed a certain dignified charm that appealed to her sensibilities. The worn wooden floors creaked with character, and the tall windows invited in streams of golden afternoon light that danced across her carefully arranged furniture. For the first 3 weeks after moving in, Elaine settled into a comfortable routine. She would return from her job at the local library, prepare a simple dinner, and spend her evenings reading or watching documentaries with a cup of herbal tea beside her. The apartment felt like a sanctuary, a quiet escape from the world outside. That was until the footsteps began. It started on a Wednesday night in late October. The first cold snap of autumn had descended upon the city, bringing with it a penetrating chill that seemed to seep through the old building's bones. Elaine had just turned off her bedside lamp when she heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps moving across the floor above her bedroom. Slow, deliberate steps that traced a path from what would be the living room area to somewhere deeper in the supposed apartment above. At first, she dismissed it. Old buildings settled and made strange noises. This was something she had accepted when signing the lease. But night after night, the footsteps continued, always beginning around 11:15 p.m. and following the same pattern from the living room area to what would be a bedroom, a pause, then back again, repeating until approximately 2:30 a.m. when they would cease entirely. After a week of disrupted sleep, Elaine mentioned the noise to Mrs. Abernathy in apartment 3B, an elderly woman who had lived in the building for over 40 years. "The third floor has been vacant for months, dear," Mrs. Abernathy had said, her voice carrying the slight tremor of age. "Ever since that young man moved out last spring, such a quiet fellow he was, hardly knew he was there." The following day, Elaine approached Martin Geller, the building manager, a man in his 50s with perpetually ink-stained fingers and the harried look of someone with too many responsibilities. She found him in the basement, tinkering with the ancient boiler system. "Mr. Geller, I've been hearing footsteps from the apartment above mine every night," she explained, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous basement. Martin wiped his hands on a rag that may have once been white but was now a mottled gray. "That's not possible, Ms. Mercer. There's no tenant in 4A currently. Hasn't been since April." "Could someone have moved in without your knowledge?" Elaine persisted, the lack of sleep making her more direct than she might otherwise have been. "I handle all the leases personally," he replied, a hint of defensiveness entering his tone. "The apartment is completely empty, probably just the pipes. This old building, it talks to itself sometimes." Elaine nodded politely but remained unconvinced. That evening, she set up her phone to record the sounds. She placed it on her nightstand and let it run from 11 p.m. until 3 a.m. When she reviewed the recording the next morning, the footsteps were unmistakable, steady, rhythmic, human, not the random settling of an old structure or the complaint of aging pipes. Armed with this evidence, she approached Martin again, this time finding him in his small office on the ground floor. The space was cluttered with building plans, maintenance requests, and decades of accumulated paperwork. A single window provided meager illumination, the glass clouded with years of city grime. "Mr. Geller, I recorded this last night," Elaine said, holding out her phone. "These are clearly footsteps." Martin listened, his expression transitioning from skepticism to genuine confusion. He played the recording a second time, leaning closer to the phone's speaker. "That's strange," he admitted, running a hand through his thinning hair. "Let me check something." He rifled through a drawer and pulled out a set of building plans, yellowed with age. Spreading them across his desk, he traced a finger along the layout of the fourth floor. "See, Ms. Mercer, your apartment is 3C. He pointed to a unit on the diagram. "And above you is, well, that can't be right." "What is it?" Elaine asked, leaning in to see what had caused his sudden confusion. "According to these plans, there is no apartment directly above yours. That's part of the roof structure. It's just empty space and some old ductwork." A chill that had nothing to do with the building's inadequate heating system crawled up Elaine's spine. "But I'm clearly hearing someone walking up there, night after night." Martin's face had grown pale, the blood seeming to drain from it as he studied the plans more closely. This building was renovated in the 1970s. They converted the original layout, but there shouldn't be any accessible space above your unit. Just an area between the ceiling and the roof that's too low for someone to stand in. That evening, Martin accompanied Elaine to her apartment. They sat in silence as the clock on her wall ticked past 11:10 p.m. At precisely 11:17, the footsteps began. Martin's eyes widened as they heard the unmistakable sound of someone walking slowly across the floor above them. "That's not possible," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the steady rhythm of steps. "There's no floor up there to walk on." The following day, Martin obtained permission from the building's owner to investigate. With Elaine in tow, he unlocked a service door at the end of the fourth-floor hallway, revealing a narrow staircase that led up to what should have been just the building's roof. What they found instead was a small, crude living space fashioned in the marginal area between the ceiling of the third floor and the sloped roof. Someone had laid plywood across the joists to create a makeshift floor. A thin mattress lay in one corner, surrounded by empty food containers and water bottles. A battery-powered lantern sat on an overturned milk crate that served as a nightstand. "Someone's been living here," Martin said, his voice hollow with disbelief, "right above your apartment." The police were called immediately. Their investigation revealed that a former maintenance worker, dismissed 6 months earlier for erratic behavior, had been secretly living in the building. He had kept a copy of his master key and created this hidden living space, coming and going through a service entrance during odd hours when few residents were about. The footsteps Elaine had heard were his nightly ritual pacing the length of his makeshift home as he battled insomnia, unaware that the thin barrier between ceiling and roof did little to muffle his movements. The man was found 3 days later, sleeping in his car parked 2 blocks from the building. When questioned, he offered no resistance, simply stating that he had nowhere else to go after losing his job and subsequently his apartment. He had discovered the unused space during his time working maintenance and saw it as a temporary solution until he could get back on his feet. For Elaine, knowing the source of the footsteps brought little comfort. Even after the hidden space was properly sealed off and the former employee directed to social services, she found herself lying awake at night, listening. The footsteps no longer came, yet their absence was somehow more disturbing than their presence had been. 2 months later, Elaine broke her lease and moved to a modern apartment building across town. She never again lived in a top-floor unit, and sometimes in the quiet hours of the night she would still find herself holding her breath, listening for footsteps that weren't there, wondering about the invisible boundaries that separate us from others, the thin floors and ceilings, the fragile barriers between security and vulnerability, between what we know and what remains hidden just out of sight. The case of the tenant who was never listed became a cautionary tale among property managers in the city. Building inspections grew more thorough, unused spaces more carefully secured. But for those who heard Elaine's story, the most unsettling aspect wasn't the man who had created a home where none should exist. It was the realization of how easily someone could slip through the cracks, becoming a ghost in plain sight, walking unseen above the lives of others. Story 2. The late afternoon sun filtered through the Venetian blinds, casting long, parallel shadows across the detective's desk. Outside, the small town of Millfield was settling into its evening routine, the distant hum of traffic gradually fading, replaced by the gentle chorus of cicadas that always seemed to mark the transition between day and night. Detective Sarah Reeves ran her fingertips over the leather-bound journal before her, its pages worn at the edges, thumbed through countless times by hands both careful and desperate. The journal had arrived in an unmarked manila envelope 3 days ago. No return address, no note, just the book itself, secured with a simple elastic band that had lost most of its tension. The handwriting inside was meticulous, almost too perfect, as if each letter had been considered before being committed to paper. It documented a life, preferences, memories, relationships, but it wasn't a diary. It was something else entirely. Something that made Sarah's skin prickle with unease each time she opened it. "It's like reading instructions," she murmured to no one in particular, the empty office absorbing her words without response. The case had begun 6 months earlier, though no one recognized it as a case at first. Daniel West and Thomas Harmon had been inseparable since their college days at State. They'd built parallel lives in Millfield, similar jobs at the local tech company, houses within walking distance of each other, even dated women who were friends themselves. The town saw them as a package deal, where one went, the other followed. Until they returned from their annual fishing trip to Lake Merritt. The metal filing cabinet in the corner of the office gave a soft, metallic groan as it cooled in the evening air. Sarah glanced up, momentarily startled, before returning her attention to the collection of witness statements spread before her. She picked up the first one from Emily West, Daniel's wife of 5 years. "I knew something was different the moment he walked through the door," Emily had told Sarah during their first interview, her fingers nervously twisting her wedding band. "He looked the same, sounded the same, but there was a hesitation, like he was thinking too hard about being Daniel." The detective had nodded sympathetically, jotting notes in her small spiral notebook with deliberate, unhurried strokes. Emily continued, describing how Daniel no longer cared for the spicy food he'd always loved, how he struggled to recall names of relatives he'd known all his life, how he sometimes stared at photographs on their wall with a curious, studying expression rather than familiarity. "I told myself it was stress or maybe depression," Emily's voice had wavered. "But then I found him in the attic one night, practicing signatures, not just signing his name over and over, but trying different versions, like he was learning it." Sarah took a sip from her lukewarm coffee, grimacing slightly at the bitter aftertaste. The ceiling fan above rotated with a barely perceptible squeak on every third rotation, a rhythm she'd grown accustomed to during the long evenings spent piecing together this puzzle. Thomas Harmon had noticed the changes too. In his statement, he described how his best friend had begun asking unusual questions about their shared past, claiming memory lapses about significant events they'd experienced together. Thomas had initially dismissed it, attributing it to the minor head injury Daniel had suffered when their boat capsized during the fishing trip. "We both went under," Thomas had explained, his eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond Sarah's shoulder. "The current was stronger than we expected. I got to him just as he was coming up for air. He hit his head on the hull, nothing serious, but he was dazed for a while." The detective flipped through several more pages of notes, each containing similar observations from coworkers, neighbors, Daniel's doctor. Small discrepancies in behavior, forgotten routines, subtle shifts in preferences. None significant enough to raise alarms individually, but collectively forming a disturbing pattern. Then came the security footage. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight as Sarah opened her laptop and accessed the file once more. The grainy black and white video showed the parking lot of Millfield First Bank. Daniel West stood by the ATM, looking over his shoulder repeatedly before inserting his card. He tried one pin, then another, then a third before the machine finally accepted his entry, not the behavior of someone accessing their own account. 2 days later, Daniel West disappeared. The search had been thorough. His car found abandoned at the Greyhound station 30 miles away, his passport still in the desk drawer at home, his credit cards unused since the day before he vanished. Thomas Harmon had been especially distraught, organizing search parties, printing flyers, maintaining a social media campaign to find his friend. Until 3 weeks ago, when Thomas Harmon disappeared as well. Sarah paused the video footage and leaned back in her chair, listening to the subtle creaking of the springs beneath her. The office felt especially empty at this hour, the darkness outside pressing against the windows like a physical presence. She returned to the journal, turning to a page she'd marked with a small paper clip. Daniel keeps a spare key to the lake house under the blue pot by the back door. He checks his work email at 6 a.m. every day, personal email after dinner. Allergic to peanuts but loves almond butter. Broke his right wrist at age 12. Favorite movie is The Usual Suspects, but pretends it's Citizen Kane around his film buff colleagues. The entries continued like this for pages, intimate details of Daniel West's life, written in what handwriting analysis had confirmed was Thomas Harmon's distinctive script. It wasn't a friend documenting another friend's life. It was someone learning how to become someone else. The most disturbing pages came later. "Emily suspects something. Found her looking through my phone yesterday. Need to be more careful about references to our anniversary. Remember, December 17, not 19. The ring was her grandmother's. Always touch it when mentioning her family." Sarah closed the journal, a heaviness settling in her chest. The theory forming in her mind seemed impossible, yet it was the only one that aligned with all the evidence. Thomas Harmon had somehow replaced Daniel West after the fishing trip. He had studied his friend, learned his mannerisms, his history, his life, and then stepped into it, wearing Daniel's identity like a carefully tailored suit. But why, and what had happened to the real Daniel West? The answer, Sarah suspected, lay in the last entry of the journal, written in a hurried, almost frantic hand, unlike the measured precision of earlier pages. "It's happening again, just like Daniel. He's not the same, watching me, testing me. I found papers in his desk, my life, my habits, all documented. The cycle continues. If you're reading this, know that I was Daniel, then Thomas again, and now someone else is becoming me. Look for the pattern, it never ends." Outside, a distant roll of thunder broke the night stillness. Sarah gathered the case files slowly, methodically returning them to their folder. As she did, a small photograph slipped free Thomas and Daniel from their fishing trip, arms around each other's shoulders, identical smiles reflecting the sun. She studied their eyes carefully, wondering which one had started it all, which one had first decided to become someone else. The investigation would continue tomorrow. New questions needed to be asked. Who was Thomas Harmon now? Was he still in Millfield, watching, studying someone new? The journal suggested a pattern, a cycle. Was it isolated to these two friends, or was it spreading? Sarah locked the evidence in her desk drawer and switched off her lamp. In the darkness of the office, the photograph seemed to retain a faint glow, the faces of the two friends, or perhaps one friend, captured twice, watching her with knowing eyes. As she left the building, the detective found herself studying the faces of people she passed on the street with new, wary attention. Behind each familiar smile might lurk a stranger who had learned to wear it perfectly. The most terrifying thought came to her as she unlocked her car. How would she know if someone decided to replace her? Story 3. She had moved out of the old farmhouse months ago, eager to leave bad memories behind. But when the police called, saying her phone number was still active from that location, she was confused. "I haven't been there in ages," she replied. But when officers arrived, they found her phone lying on the floor, still recording something. The evening air settled over the abandoned farmhouse like a heavy blanket, carrying with it the scent of approaching rain and old wood. Detective Morgan Hayes stood in the doorway, the floorboards beneath her feet exhaling soft creaks as she shifted her weight. The house had been vacant for precisely 4 months and 17 days, according to county records. Yet here in the center of the dusty living room floor lay a smartphone screen, cracked but illuminated, faithfully recording in silence. The blue light from the device cast strange shadows across the room's corners, dancing against walls that still held faint outlines where picture frames had once hung. Hayes knelt down, careful not to disturb the scene, and noted how the surrounding dust remained undisturbed except for a single, perfect circle around the phone, as if someone had deliberately placed it there and then carefully erased their tracks. "Eliza Thornton says she hasn't been back since December," Officer Reyes murmured from the doorway, his voice barely disturbing the thick silence that hung in the air. "Says she left in a hurry after her divorce was finalized." His pen made a soft scratching sound against his notepad as he recorded the time, 8:42 p.m., March 16th. The recording on the phone had been running for 73 hours. 3 days of capturing nothing but occasional creaks, the distant tapping of branches against windows, and the periodic, almost rhythmic sound of water dripping somewhere deep within the house's aging pipes. Detective Hayes pressed a gloved finger against the screen, stopping the recording. The final few minutes revealed nothing unusual, just more silence, punctuated by the house's natural settling. Outside, twilight had deepened into night. The farmhouse sat alone at the end of a long graveled driveway, the nearest neighbor almost half a mile away. Perfect isolation. The kind of place where sounds carried differently at night, where shadows could play tricks on tired eyes. "We should talk to the ex-husband," Hayes said, her voice measured and thoughtful as she bagged the phone as evidence. "Daniel Thornton, where is he living now?" Officer Reyes flipped through his notes. "Apartment in the city, about 40 minutes from here. Been there since the separation last October." The detective nodded slowly, her eyes still scanning the room. Something about the emptiness felt deliberate rather than abandoned, as if the house had been arranged rather than simply left behind. The furniture that remained was positioned just so, creating negative spaces that drew the eye to specific corners and doorways. The phone's battery, Hayes observed, should have died days ago. yet it was still recording when we arrived. What they discovered in the basement changed everything. The careful descent down creaking wooden stairs revealed a space that smelled of earth and something metallic, something that might have been old tools or might have been something else entirely. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, casting weak yellow light over walls lined with shelves of canned goods and old paint cans. And there in the far corner, partially hidden behind an old workbench, they found a series of extension cords daisy, chained together, leading to a small power inverter connected to a car battery. Next to it sat a small wireless router, its lights blinking lazily in the gloom. "Someone wanted that phone to stay on," Hayes whispered. "Someone wanted us to find it." When they returned upstairs, the house seemed different somehow, as if it was listening more intently to their movements. Hayes called the tech unit, requesting a full sweep of the property. As they waited, they discovered a small attic access in the hallway ceiling, its edges clean of dust compared to the surrounding areas. The forensic team arrived just after midnight, their van crunching slowly up the gravel drive, headlights sweeping across the facade of the old farmhouse like searching fingers. The lead technician, Dr. Rivera, listened carefully to Hayes' findings before deploying her team throughout the house. "The phone's memory card has been tampered with," Rivera explained after a preliminary examination. "Someone's been accessing it remotely, uploading and downloading files." When they finally accessed the phone's contents, they found not just the recent recording, but dozens of others' audio files dating back months, even before Eliza Thornton had moved out. Conversations, arguments, the sounds of daily life captured without knowledge or consent, and buried among them, a voice that didn't belong to either Eliza or Daniel Thornton. "I've been watching for so long," the voice whispered in one recording, the sound quality suggesting it had been recorded in another room of the house, perhaps through a vent or thin wall. "Neither of them know I'm here." The attic, when they finally investigated it, held the answers they had been seeking. A small living space had been carefully constructed, a thin mattress, a stack of notebooks filled with meticulous observations of the Thorntons' daily routines, and a collection of small items that had gone missing from the main house over months. A hairbrush, a single earring, a coffee mug with lipstick still on the rim. The notebooks revealed a disturbing timeline. Someone named Marcus had been living in the walls and crawl spaces of the Thornton home for nearly a year, listening, watching, and slowly inserting himself into their lives in ways so subtle they never noticed. He documented their arguments, their reconciliations, the final breakdown of their marriage. He had been there through it all, an invisible presence feeding on their privacy. What troubled Detective Hayes most was not just the violation of the Thorntons' home, but the calculated nature of Marcus's actions. The final entries in his journal suggested he had deliberately left the phone for police to find, not out of guilt or a desire to be caught, but as part of a larger plan that remained obscure. He wanted us here, Hayes realized as dawn began to break over the distant tree line. But why? The answer arrived 3 days later, when Eliza Thornton reported a break-in at her new apartment in the city. Nothing was taken, but someone had rearranged her personal items in subtle ways, a perfume bottle turned slightly, books reorganized on shelves, her clothes hung in a different order. And on her bedside table, a small note written in precise, careful handwriting. "I've found you again. Your new place is nice. I'll be staying for a while." The phone in the farmhouse had been a distraction, a deliberate breadcrumb trail leading investigators away from where Marcus was truly headed. By the time they realized this, he He had already established himself in a new hiding place, in a new home, with a new subject for his obsession. The investigation continues to this day. Marcus remains at large, potentially living undetected in other homes, other walls, watching and waiting and recording. And in quiet moments, Detective Hayes still thinks about that farmhouse, standing empty at the end of its long driveway, a house that kept calling out, trying to reveal its secrets, long after everyone thought it had been abandoned. Story 4. The morning light filtered through the heavy curtains of the Carsons' living room, casting long shadows across the faded photographs that lined the mantelpiece. Among them, a school portrait of a smiling boy with tousled brown hair and a missing front tooth held the center position unchanged for 5 years. The house had that particular stillness that only exists in places where time has stopped, where grief has settled into the very foundations. Detective Elaine Mercer's notebook lay open on her lap, the pages rustling softly as she shifted in the antique armchair. The leather creaked beneath her weight. She'd been assigned to cold cases 3 years ago, and Michael Carson's file had crossed her desk every anniversary since his disappearance. 5 years of dead ends, 5 years of a case growing colder by the day. "We've made our peace with it," Mrs. Carson said, her voice carrying the practiced steadiness of someone who had repeated the same story countless times. Her fingers nervously traced the rim of her teacup, the fine china making a delicate sound against her wedding ring, as much as parents ever can. The detective nodded, her pen making a soft scratching sound against the paper. The rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner seemed to grow louder in the silence that followed. "And that's why we needed to call you," Mr. Carson added, his voice barely above a whisper, "because what happened yesterday, it's impossible." The air in the room seemed to thicken. Outside, the branches of an old oak tree scraped against the window, a sound like fingernails on glass. "Tell me again," Detective Mercer said, her tone even and measured, "exactly what you saw." Mrs. Carson's eyes drifted toward the kitchen doorway. "It was just after dinner. I was washing dishes and I heard the back door open. I thought it was Robert coming back in from taking out the trash." She paused, drawing a slow breath. "But then I heard his footsteps on the stairs. Robert was still outside. I called out," she continued, her voice growing distant as if she were reliving the moment. There was no answer, just those footsteps so familiar. The third step always creaked, you see. It creaked exactly the way it used to when Michael would try to sneak upstairs. The detective's pen hovered above the paper. The house settled around them, an old structure with its own vocabulary of sounds. "And then," she prompted gently. "I went to the staircase," Mrs. Carson said, "and there he was, just standing there, halfway up, looking down at me with that same smile from his school picture. The same clothes he was wearing the day he disappeared, the same everything." "He hadn't aged," Mr. Carson interjected, his voice cracking slightly. "Not a day. He looked exactly like he did 5 years ago, 10 years old, not 15, which he would be now." The detective wrote this down carefully, her handwriting neat and precise. The case file beside her contained photographs of Michael Carson's school portraits, family vacations, and the age progression images created by forensic artists showing what he might look like now. None of them matched what the Carsons were describing. "What did he say?" Detective Mercer asked. Mrs. Carson's hands trembled slightly as she set down her teacup. "He said, 'Hi, Mom, I'm home,' just like that, as if he'd just come back from school." "And his voice?" "A child's voice, his voice, exactly as I remember it." The detective nodded, her expression revealing nothing. Then what happened? I reached for him, Mrs. Carson continued. I took a step toward the stairs and he smiled again, but it was different somehow, not quite right. She looked away toward the window. And then Robert came in through the back door and we both heard it slam shut. I turned to call to him just for a second. When I looked back at the stairs, Michael was gone. Mr. Carson leaned forward. We searched the whole house, every room, every closet, nothing. The detective's pen moved steadily across the page. The central heating system hummed to life, sending a soft current of warm air through the vents. Outside, clouds drifted across the sun, momentarily dimming the room. "Has anything like this happened before?" she asked. The Carsons exchanged a glance. "Small things," Mrs. Carson admitted reluctantly. "His bedroom door being open when we know we closed it. His favorite cereal bowl in the sink when neither of us used it. But nothing like this. Never him." Detective Mercer nodded again, closing her notebook with a soft thud. "I'd like to examine the house, if that's all right with you, particularly Michael's room and the staircase where you saw him." The Carsons led her upstairs, the third step creaking loudly under their weight, just as Mrs. Carson had described. Michael's bedroom remained untouched, a shrine to a 10-year-old boy from 5 years ago. Action figures stood in formation on the dresser, collecting a thin layer of dust. A model airplane hung from the ceiling, swaying slightly in the air current from the heating vent. Detective Mercer moved methodically through the space, noting the undisturbed dust, the closed windows, the intact screens. No sign of entry, no sign that anyone had been in this room for years. "Do you have security cameras?" she asked, examining the window latch. "We installed them after Michael disappeared," Mr. Carson replied, "but they didn't record anything unusual yesterday." The detective frowned slightly, turning to face them. "Would you mind if I reviewed the footage?" In the Carsons' home office, Mr. Carson pulled up the security system on his computer. Multiple camera angles showed the exterior of the house, the front porch, the backyard, the side entrances. Detective Mercer watched the footage from the previous evening carefully, her eyes narrowed in concentration. At 6:43 p.m., the timestamp in the corner of the screen showed Mr. Carson walking out the back door with a trash bag. At 6:45 p.m., Mrs. Carson could be seen through the kitchen window, washing dishes. At 6:46 p.m., her head turned suddenly toward something off camera, her expression changing from routine to shock. But no one entered the house. No child, no stranger, nothing. "May I see the interior cameras?" Detective Mercer asked. Mr. Carson's fingers hesitated over the keyboard. "We don't have any inside. We never wanted to. It felt like we were waiting for him to come back if we installed them." The detective nodded, understanding. She made another note. "Detective," Mrs. Carson said quietly, "do you think we're losing our minds? Grief can do strange things, I know that, but we both saw him." Detective Mercer closed her notebook and tucked it into her jacket pocket. "I don't think you're losing your minds," she said carefully, "but I do think there may be an explanation that doesn't involve the impossible." She didn't mention the 3 similar cases that had crossed her desk in the past year. Families of missing children reporting glimpses of their lost ones, unchanged by time, appearing briefly before vanishing again. None of the children had ever been found alive or otherwise. "I'm going to increase patrols in your neighborhood," she said, "and I'd like to place a temporary camera on your staircase if you'll permit it." The Carsons agreed, relief evident in their expressions. Someone was taking them seriously. Someone was doing something. 3 days later, Detective Mercer returned to the station after midnight, the building nearly empty except for the night shift. She unlocked her office and settled behind her desk, inserting a memory card into her computer. The footage from the Carson staircase camera began to play on her screen. Hours of nothing, an empty staircase. Occasionally, one of the Carsons would walk up or down, their movements slightly hurried, as if they were uncomfortable being on the stairs too long. And then at 3:17 a.m., when both Carsons were asleep in their bedroom, a shadow fell across the bottom of the stairs. The detective leaned closer to her screen, her breath catching slightly. The figure that moved into frame wasn't Michael Carson. It wasn't a child at all. It was a man, tall and thin, dressed in dark clothing. His face was obscured, partly by the camera angle, partly by what appeared to be theatrical makeup that distorted his features. He moved with unnatural grace up the stairs, carefully avoiding the third step that would creak. Detective Mercer watched as the figure reached the top of the stairs and turned toward Michael's bedroom. The camera angle didn't show the hallway, but the timestamp continued to run. 7 minutes elapsed before the figure reappeared, descending the stairs with the same eerie silence, again avoiding the third step. But this time something about him was different. His posture, his gait, and in his hand something glinted in the dim light, a small object that Detective Mercer couldn't quite identify. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he turned slightly, looking directly at the camera. Though his face remained mostly in shadow, one thing was clear: he was smiling. The detective replayed the footage, freezing it on that final frame. She enhanced the image as much as the technology allowed, but the face remained deliberately obscured. This wasn't a ghost or a hallucination. This was something potentially more disturbing, someone exploiting a family's grief, someone who knew enough about Michael Carson to impersonate him, someone who had access to the house. She reached for her phone, then hesitated. What would she tell the Carsons? That someone was entering their home at night, that the glimpse of their son might have been a cruel trick played by a very real intruder, or something worse, that someone had been studying their family closely enough to know intimate details about their missing child. Outside her office window, dawn was beginning to break, casting long shadows across the nearly empty parking lot. In the half-light, a figure stood motionless beneath a street lamp. For a moment, it appeared to be a child. Detective Mercer blinked, and the figure was gone. The case of Michael Carson, the lost child who returned, remained open, and the detective couldn't shake the feeling that the truth, when finally revealed, would provide no comfort to anyone. Story 5. The autumn rain fell in gentle sheets across the small town of Millfield, washing away the last traces of summer and seeping into the earth beneath. In the basement of the Victorian house at 43 Maple Street, water pooled in the corners, glinting faintly under the swinging bulb of a work light. The home's new owners, the Prestons, had moved in just 3 weeks prior, bringing with them hopes of restoration and renewal for the century-old property. On this particular Thursday morning, plumber Ray Daniels knelt on the damp concrete floor, his weathered hands working methodically at the old copper piping. The house was quiet save for the occasional creak of settling wood and the persistent patter of rain against the small basement windows. At 58, Ray had spent nearly 4 decades navigating the arteries and veins of Millfield's homes. He knew their secrets, their weaknesses, their hidden stories trapped within the walls. Just another backup, he mumbled to himself, voice echoing slightly in the emptiness of the basement. The Prestons were out for the day, leaving Ray alone with his tools and the murmuring pipes. He'd seen all manner of blockages in his time: tree roots, children's toys, accumulated hair and soap, but something about this house felt different. The air hung heavier here, as if reluctant to move through the rooms. Ray directed his flashlight deeper into the floor drain, watching as the beam illuminated the dark, wet tunnel of ancient piping. The metal was corroded, greenish deposits crusting the interior, but it wasn't the state of the pipes that made Ray's hand freeze. It was the sound, faint but unmistakable, coming from deep within the drain. "Ray," the whisper floated up from the darkness, so soft that the plumber wasn't entirely sure he hadn't imagined it. He tilted his head, listening more intently as he leaned closer to the open drain. Water dripped steadily around him, creating a soothing backdrop of gentle percussion. "Hello," he called, feeling slightly foolish. The house was old. Old houses made strange noises. This was something every contractor learned early in their career. Silence answered him, punctuated only by the continuous dripping. Ray shook his head and refocused on the task at hand. He reached for his snake, a long, flexible metal tool designed to navigate the twisting pathways of home plumbing systems. As the snake descended into the darkness, Ray felt an unusual resistance. Not the typical obstruction of debris or buildup, but something different, something that seemed to push back against his efforts. He applied more pressure, guiding the tool deeper. "Ray," the whisper came again, clearer this time, impossibly close. "I've been waiting for you." Ray jerked backward, nearly toppling over. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool dampness of the basement. He shouldn't be able to hear anything so clearly through the water and the pipes. It wasn't possible. Steeling himself, Ray leaned forward once more and directed his flashlight straight down into the drain. The beam caught something that made his breath catch in his throat. Deep in the darkness, partially obscured by murky water, a single eye stared back at him, unblinking, human, and unmistakably aware. Detective Sofia Martinez stood in the same basement 3 days later, her notebook open as she surveyed the scene. The rain had finally stopped, leaving behind a pervasive humidity that clung to everything. Upstairs, Mrs. Preston sat with an officer, hands wrapped around a mug of untouched tea. "And he just left?" Martinez asked, voice measured and calm. Her questions always came this way, unhurried, as if she had all the time in the world to hear the answer. Officer Jenkins nodded. According to Mrs. Preston, Daniels packed up his tools without fixing the drain and left in a hurry, didn't even charge her. When she tried calling his business number later that day, no answer. By the next morning, his wife had reported him missing. Martinez knelt beside the floor drain, now covered with a piece of plywood. No one had touched it since Ray's hasty departure. The detective removed the wood covering carefully, setting it aside as she examined the opening. "Any history on this house I should know about?" she asked, shining her own flashlight into the darkness. Jenkins flipped through his notes. Built in 1906 by Harold Mercer, local businessman, changed hands about a dozen times since then. Last owners were an elderly couple, the Whitmans. They sold after Mr. Whitman died heart attack, nothing suspicious. House sat empty for about 8 months before the Prestons bought it. Martinez nodded absently, her attention fixed on the drain. Something glinted in the beam of her flashlight, not the copper of the pipe or the mineral buildup, but something metallic and out of place. "Get me some gloves and a pair of long tweezers," she said quietly. Moments later, with delicate precision, Martinez extracted a small object from the drain, a silver wedding band, tarnished but unmistakable. She placed it in an evidence bag, holding it up to the light. RD to ED, forever as one, she read from the inscription inside the band. Ray Daniels' ring. His wife confirmed he never took it off, Jenkins replied, not even for work. Martinez's gaze returned to the drain, a slight furrow forming between her brows. Something made him reach in there, something made him remove his ring. Over the next week, the investigation expanded beyond the confines of 43 Maple Street. Records were pulled, histories examined, interviews conducted throughout the neighborhood. Ray Daniels' truck was found parked behind a local diner, keys still in the ignition, his phone in the cup holder with several missed calls from his wife. In her office at the station, Detective Martinez created a timeline on her whiteboard, connecting events with careful red lines. The disappearance of Ray Daniels was not, she discovered, the first unusual occurrence linked to the house on Maple Street. In 1988, a plumber named Jeffrey Collins had gone missing after servicing the same house. His case had gone cold, filed away, and forgotten. In 1967, another man, not a plumber but a contractor working on the home's drainage system, had been found wandering the streets, disoriented and unable to recall the previous 3 days. And in 1934, the newspaper archives revealed a brief mention of a city worker who'd entered the drainage tunnels near Maple Street and never emerged. Martinez traced the connections back further to the very origins of the house and its builder, Harold Mercer. A successful businessman on paper, but whispers in historical society records painted a different picture. Rumors of occult interests, of strange gatherings in the basement, of a wife who disappeared under mysterious circumstances. 2 weeks after Ray Daniels vanished, Martinez returned to the house alone. The Prestons had moved to a hotel, unwilling to stay in a home now tainted by mystery. With permission, she set up a small recording device beside the basement drain, activated it, and then retreated upstairs to wait. For hours, nothing happened. The house settled around her, boards creaking, pipes occasionally knocking as water moved through them. Martinez reviewed her notes, connections forming and dissolving in her mind as she sought patterns in seemingly unrelated events. At 2:17 a.m., the recorder picked up a sound so faint that Martinez had to increase the volume to its maximum to hear it clearly. "I'm still waiting," whispered a voice from the drain. Not Ray's voice, something older, something patient. Martinez replayed the recording several times, each repetition sending a chill deeper into her bones. There was something familiar about the cadence, something that tugged at the edges of her memory. The next day, she requested permission to open the drainage system beneath the house. City records showed a complex network of tunnels connecting to the main sewer line, some dating back to the original construction. With a team of officers and public works employees, Martinez descended into the darkness beneath Maple Street. The tunnels were narrow, dripping with moisture, the walls slick with algae and time. Their flashlights cut swaths through the gloom, illuminating passages that hadn't seen human presence in decades. Martinez led the way, following the pipe that connected directly to the house's basement drain. "Detective," called one of the officers, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "There's something here you should see." Against one wall of the tunnel, partially hidden behind a crumbling brick facade, they found a small chamber. Inside, neatly arranged, were personal effects: a watch, a set of keys, a wallet, items belonging to Ray Daniels. And beside them, preserved in the cool dampness, objects from other eras: a pocket knife from the 1980s, a broken pair of glasses, a woman's brooch dated to the early 1900s. But of Ray himself or any of the others, there was no sign. The case of the voice in the drain remains officially unsolved. The house at 43 Maple Street stands empty now, a for sale sign swaying gently in the front yard. Occasionally, after heavy rains, neighbors report strange sounds coming from beneath the street, whispers that seem to call out names, voices that rise and fall with the flow of water. Detective Martinez transferred to another precinct 6 months later, but those who worked with her noted a change in her demeanor. She avoided drainage grates on the street. She no longer took baths, preferring showers with the curtain partially open. And sometimes, colleagues would find her staring into sinks or water fountains, listening intently, as if waiting for something to whisper back. In the archives of the Millfield Police Department, the case file remains open, the last entry a note in Martinez's handwriting. The voice knows our names before we know it's there. It waits. It has always been waiting. Story 6. She had been flipping through old photo albums when she noticed him. A man standing in the background of nearly every family photo, always at a distance, always watching. When she asked her parents, they looked horrified. We don't know who that is. The leather-bound album lay open on Rebecca Morgan's lap, its pages yellowed at the edges from decades of handling. The living room of her childhood home was silent except for the soft ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner and the occasional whisper of paper as she turned another page. Outside, a gentle rain tapped against the windows, creating a soothing rhythm that matched her breathing. She had returned to her parents' house to help them pack for their move to a smaller home, a task that had inevitably led to this moment of nostalgia. The photographs documented summer vacations at Lake Minnetonka, birthday celebrations in the backyard, and holiday gatherings with extended family. Rebecca's fingers traced the outlines of her younger self, her brother, her parents, all trapped in these moments of preserved happiness. The images were faded, tinted with that distinctive warm hue of photographs from the late 1980s and early 1990s. It was on the 4th album that she first noticed him, a tall figure standing beneath a tree during her 8th birthday party. His features were indistinct, partially obscured by shadow, but his posture was unmistakable, straight-backed, arms at his sides, facing directly toward the camera. Rebecca frowned, bringing the photograph closer to her face. She didn't remember him being there. She flipped to the next page, a Christmas morning scene, the family gathered around the tree, and there, visible through the window behind them, was the same man. Or at least she thought it was the same man. Again, his features were difficult to make out, but something about his stance was identical. With growing unease, Rebecca began to examine each photograph more carefully. The man appeared in a family picnic photo, half concealed behind a distant oak tree. At her high school graduation, a blurry figure at the edge of the frame. Even in a snapshot taken during a family trip to the Grand Canyon, he stood at a viewpoint in the background, his gaze seemingly directed at her family. The soft creak of the floorboards announced her mother's approach before she spoke. "Finding anything interesting, dear?" Eleanor Morgan asked, setting down a cup of tea on the side table. The ceramic clinked softly against the wood. Rebecca's throat felt suddenly dry. "Mom, who is this man?" She pointed to the figure in the birthday party photo. Her mother adjusted her reading glasses and leaned closer. The silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the ticking clock and the rain. Finally, Eleanor's face drained of color. I don't know who that is," she whispered, her voice tense. Rebecca showed her the other photographs, pointing out the recurring figure. With each image, her mother's breathing became more shallow, the teacup in her hand trembling slightly. "Get your father," Eleanor said finally. Richard Morgan had been sorting through boxes in the attic. His heavy footsteps echoed through the ceiling before he appeared in the doorway, dust clinging to his sweater. The warm lamplight caught the silver in his hair as he frowned at the expressions on their faces. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice carrying that familiar tone of concern that had comforted Rebecca throughout her childhood. When they showed him the photographs, his reaction mirrored Eleanor's confusion, giving way to disbelief, then to something that looked unsettlingly like fear. "We don't know who that is," he echoed his wife's words, his fingers running nervously through his hair. "I never noticed. How could we never have noticed?" Detective Marcus Hadley sat at his desk in the Oakwood Police Department, the Morgan family album spread open before him. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows across the weathered pages. Outside his office, the routine sounds of the station phones ringing, keyboards clicking, muted conversations created a backdrop of normalcy that contrasted with the unsettling images before him. "And you're certain this person was never a family friend, a distant relative perhaps?" he asked, his pen hovering over his notebook. Rebecca shook her head. Her parents sat beside her, their postures rigid with tension. "We've gone through every possibility," Richard Morgan said. "Every family member, every neighbor, every colleague from work. No one recognizes him." Detective Hadley nodded slowly, studying the figure in the photographs. In some images, the man appeared to be wearing dark clothing, possibly a coat. In others, his attire was less distinct. His face was never clearly visible, always turned slightly away, shadowed, or too distant to make out specific features. "What concerns me," the detective said, setting down his pen, "is the timeline. These photographs span almost 20 years, and he appears in images taken in different states, even different countries." He tapped a vacation photo taken in Cancun, where the same figure could be discerned at the edge of the beach. In the weeks that followed, the investigation deepened. Detective Hadley enlisted the help of the department's digital forensics specialist, Dr. Elaine Chen, who attempted to enhance the images to reveal more details about the mysterious figure. "The quality of these old photographs makes it difficult," Dr. Chen explained, the blue light of her computer monitor reflecting in her glasses. "But there's something else that's strange." She pointed to several enhanced images where the stranger appeared. In each of these, there's a slight distortion around the figure, almost like a halo effect. It's subtle but consistent. Detective Hadley leaned forward, squinting at the screen. What would cause that? Dr. Chen shook her head. "I'm not sure. It could be a quirk of the camera or the developing process. Or what?" the detective prompted. "Or the images could have been altered, but that doesn't make sense given when these photos were taken. This was long before digital editing was commonplace." The investigation led Detective Hadley to the archives of the local newspaper. Old reports revealed a pattern that sent a chill down his spine. Between 1985 and 2005, the exact time span covered by the Morgan family photographs, there had been a series of disappearances in Oakwood and surrounding towns. 8 people in total, ranging in age from 6 to 63, had vanished without a trace. In each case, family members later reported finding an unknown figure in the background of their photographs taken in the months preceding the disappearances. The connections were tenuous but undeniable. The detective arranged for increased patrols around the Morgan residence and advised the family to stay with relatives temporarily. It was during this time that Rebecca made another discovery. While searching through a box of her grandmother's belongings, Margaret Morgan had passed away 5 years earlier. She found a journal bound in faded red leather. The pages were filled with her grandmother's elegant handwriting, documenting everyday events and reflections. But entries from the summer of 1983 caught Rebecca's attention. "I see him again today," Margaret had written, "standing across the street when I returned from the market. The same man I've noticed watching our home for weeks now. Richard and Alina say I'm imagining things, that my eyes are playing tricks, but I know what I see. He's waiting for something or someone." Rebecca's hands trembled as she continued reading. Several entries later, her grandmother described confronting the stranger. "I approached him today, asked his business. He smiled such a cold, empty smile and said only that he was collecting moments. When I demanded he leave us alone, he laughed and said he would be with us always in every captured memory. I don't understand what he meant, but fear has settled into my bones like winter frost." The journal entries stopped abruptly after that. When Rebecca asked her father about it, he remembered his mother had become ill around that time, a mysterious ailment that left her bedridden for months, alternating between fever and lucidity. "She kept talking about someone watching us," Richard recalled, his voice distant. "We thought it was the delirium." Detective Hadley added the journal to his growing file. The case had begun to consume him, dark circles forming under his eyes as he spent nights reviewing similar reports from across the country. In each instance, the pattern was the same: a figure appearing in family photographs, followed by unexplained events, most often disappearances, but sometimes sudden illnesses or accidents. What troubled the detective most was that despite decades of these occurrences, no one had ever identified the figure. No suspects had been apprehended. No explanation had been found. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Professor Martin Davies, a cultural anthropologist at the State University, contacted Detective Hadley after hearing about the case through a colleague in the police department. "There are stories," the professor explained as they sat in his cluttered office, the walls lined with artifacts and books from various cultures around the world about entities that appear in reflections or images. The Japanese have the concept of hitodama, spirit orbs that appear in photographs. Some Native American tribes believe that cameras can capture not just the physical form, but spiritual entities that exist alongside us. Detective Hadley shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "You're suggesting something supernatural." Professor Davies smiled thinly. "I'm suggesting that there are phenomena we don't fully understand. These stories persist across cultures and time periods for a reason." Whether Detective Hadley believed in the supernatural explanation or not became irrelevant as the case took another turn. While examining photographs submitted by other families who had reported similar sightings, Dr. Chen made a discovery. "The distortion I mentioned before, I've isolated its pattern," she explained, displaying a complex frequency analysis on her screen. "It's consistent across all the images, regardless of when or where they were taken. And here's the strange part, it matches a very specific sound frequency." When they played the audio equivalent of the distortion pattern, It produced a low, pulsating hum that seemed to vibrate not just in the ear but somewhere deeper, as if resonating with something fundamental. 3 days later, the Morgans returned to their home, the investigation having yielded no concrete threats. The house felt different to Rebecca now, as if the walls themselves had ears. She found herself avoiding looking at family photographs, the frames turned face down on shelves and mantels. It was past midnight when she heard a soft, rhythmic sound coming from downstairs. Following the noise, she found herself in the living room, where the photo album still sat on a coffee table. One lay open, though she was certain they had all been closed. The sound grew louder as she approached a pulsating hum that matched exactly what Detective Hadley had played for her from Dr. Chen's analysis. Rebecca's heart pounded as she forced herself to look at the open album. A photograph of her 5th birthday stared back at her. The mysterious figure stood in the background as always, but something had changed. He was closer to the camera than she remembered, his features still indistinct but his posture unmistakable. With trembling fingers, she turned to the next page. Another photograph, another appearance of the stranger closer still. Page after page, the figure moved incrementally forward in each image, approaching the foreground, approaching her family. On the final page of the album, Rebecca found a photograph she didn't recognize. It showed her current self, standing in her parents' living room, looking down at an album. And behind her, now fully in focus for the first time, stood the stranger, his hand reaching toward her shoulder. The hum grew louder, filling the room, filling her head. Rebecca felt a cold sensation on her shoulder, like the press of fingers through fabric. She couldn't move, couldn't scream. In the morning, Detective Hadley received a call from the Morgan residence. Rebecca had vanished during the night. The only clue was a family photograph found on the living room floor, a new one that no one remembered taking. It showed the Morgans all smiling at the camera. There was no sign of the mysterious figure in the background. He had finally moved into the foreground, taking his place in the family portrait, while Rebecca had become what he once was, a shadow in the distance, watching, collecting moments, waiting. Story 7. The morning air hung thick with autumn's peculiar stillness when Elaine Mercer discovered the brown cardboard box on her doorstep. It sat centered perfectly on her welcome mat, no courier's hastily scribbled delivery confirmation, no shipping label with a barcode tracking its journey, just her name handwritten in precise block letters. Something about its unremarkable appearance made her pause before picking it up, as if sensing the weight it would add to her life once opened. In her kitchen, with morning light filtering through cream-colored curtains, Elaine placed the box on her counter and studied it. The sound of her coffee maker's gentle percolation provided a rhythmic backdrop to what should have been a mundane moment. She ran her finger along the edge of the package, feeling the rough texture of packing tape that sealed whatever waited inside. With measured movements, she retrieved scissors from a drawer that squeaked slightly as it closed. The tape surrendered with a soft, tearing sound. Inside, beneath a layer of nondescript bubble wrap, lay a stack of glossy photographs. The top image showed Elaine herself walking out of the corner market 3 blocks from her apartment, carrying the reusable shopping bag her sister had given her last Christmas. Her breath caught as she flipped to the next photograph, Elaine at her office window, gazing outward during what must have been her Tuesday lunch break. She always ate at her desk on Tuesdays. More images followed, Elaine collecting mail from her box in the apartment lobby. Elaine sitting alone at the cafe where she read on Sunday mornings. Elaine unlocking her car in the underground parking garage of her building. The photographs spanned weeks, maybe months, each one capturing a moment she had believed was private. The final image, the one that sent a profound chill through her otherwise warm kitchen, showed Elaine from earlier that very morning, standing at her front door, looking down at the package she now held in trembling hands. Detective Marcus Holloway's office smelled faintly of coffee and old paper. The blinds, partially drawn against the afternoon sun, cast linear shadows across his desk where Elaine's photographs lay in precise order. His weathered hands, with neatly trimmed nails and a small scar across the left knuckle, arranged the photos with methodical care. There was something comforting in his deliberate movements, a steadiness that Elaine found herself clinging to. And there was nothing else in the package. His voice carried the slightest rasp, the kind that comes from years of asking difficult questions. "No," Elaine answered, watching his eyes as they moved from one photograph to the next. "Just these pictures." Holloway nodded almost imperceptibly. He'd been with the department's stalking and harassment division for 11 years, and something in his expression told Elaine this wasn't the first time he'd seen this particular brand of intimidation. He picked up the final photograph, Elaine, with the package, and studied it under the desk lamp's focused glow. "This tells us something important," he said, tapping the corner of the photograph with his index finger. "Whoever took these wants you to know they're watching. They want you to feel vulnerable." The revelation wasn't surprising, but hearing it articulated made the knot in Elaine's stomach tighten. The gentle ticking of a wall clock marked the passing seconds of silence. Over the next 3 weeks, Detective Holloway constructed a timeline using Elaine's daily routines and the estimated dates of the photographs. His case notes grew into a slim file that he kept separate from the general case load, something about this particular situation having caught his attention in a way that went beyond professional obligation. "There's a pattern here," he explained to Elaine during their 4th meeting. They sat in a small conference room rather than his office. The walls were a pale shade of blue that research had determined was calming for victims of crime. The photographs aren't random moments. They're all transitions, you entering or leaving spaces, thresholds. Elaine considered this as she wrapped her hands around a paper cup of cooling tea. What does that mean? It suggests someone who's fixated on the idea of access. When you're between places, you're more vulnerable. Holloway's voice remained even matter-of-fact, though his eyes carried a weight of concern. "We've narrowed our focus to people who would have knowledge of your routines." The investigation turned toward Elaine's apartment building. The security cameras in the lobby had captured nothing unusual, but the garage surveillance revealed a maintenance van that appeared with unusual frequency. It would park for hours in visitor spaces, though no maintenance tickets had been filed for those times. On a Tuesday evening, when the same van appeared again, Officer Deanna Martinez sat in an unmarked car across from the garage entrance. The radio at her side emitted occasional static and clipped voices from dispatch. Her coffee had gone cold hours ago, but she remained alert, her trained eyes never straying from the garage entrance for long. The van left at 7:42 p.m. Martinez followed at a careful distance, maintaining 3 cars between them at all times. The van wound through residential streets before stopping outside a small house in a neighborhood where the streetlights cast pools of amber light onto cracked sidewalks. The driver who emerged was not what they had expected. Elena Rigby, her legal name, as they would later discover in a twist of coincidence that Holloway found darkly amusing, was 63 years old with silver hair pulled into a neat bun. She walked with the slight stiffness of someone who had spent too many years in physical labor. Property records would reveal she had been the building manager at Elaine's previous apartment complex, the one Elaine had left abruptly following her divorce 3 years earlier. The search of Elaine's home revealed a small room dedicated to Elaine Mercer. Photographs lined the walls, hundreds more than had been in the package. A leather-bound journal contained detailed entries about Elaine's comings and goings. Most disturbing were the duplicate keys to Elaine's current apartment, somehow acquired despite the building's strict security protocols. During the formal interview conducted in a room where the air conditioning hummed just loudly enough to be noticeable, Elaine spoke with unsettling calmness. "I just wanted her to know she wasn't alone," she said, her hands resting motionless on the metal table. "After her husband left, she seemed so isolated. I was watching over her." Detective Holloway pushed a legal pad across the table, his expression carefully neutral. "You frightened her, Ms. Rigby. That's not watching over someone." Elaine looked genuinely surprised, the first crack in her composed demeanor. The package was a gift, so she'd know someone was there. The restraining order was filed the next day. Elaine Rigby was charged with stalking and unlawful surveillance. She accepted a plea deal that included psychiatric evaluation and treatment, along with probation that prohibited her from coming within 500 feet of Elaine Mercer. 6 months later, Elaine sat across from Detective Holloway in a coffee shop 2 blocks from the police station. Steam rose from ceramic mugs between them, swirling and dissipating into the ambient noise of quiet conversations and the occasional hiss of the espresso machine. "The security upgrades to your apartment have been completed," Holloway said, his voice carrying the professional tone he maintained even in these more casual follow-ups. "The building manager assures me all staff have been reinvestigated." Elaine nodded, wrapping her fingers around her mug to absorb its warmth. "I appreciate everything you've done." What remained unspoken between them was the knowledge that the feeling of being watched doesn't disappear with the removal of the watcher. Elaine still found herself checking reflections in store windows, still hesitated before opening her mail. The photographs had been destroyed as evidence after the trial, but their images remained imprinted in her memory. As they finished their coffee and prepared to leave, Holloway hesitated. "The thing about cases like this," he said, choosing his words with unusual care, "is that they reveal how thin the line is between connection and intrusion. Elaine convinced herself she was protecting you, not harming you. That's what makes this kind of case so disturbing, the distortion of something fundamentally human." Outside, as they parted ways on the sidewalk, Elaine paused to watch Holloway walk toward his car. For a brief moment, she understood what it meant to observe someone who didn't know they were being watched. She turned away quickly, uncomfortable with even this momentary parallel. That evening, as Elaine checked the new locks on her door and adjusted the curtains to eliminate any gap that might allow a view inside, a small package arrived. This one bore official postal markings and a return address from the department store where she had an online account. Inside was the reading lamp she had ordered the previous week. She placed it beside her favorite armchair, plugged it in, and turned it on. The warm circle of light it cast seemed to push back the shadows at the edges of her living room. Elaine settled into the chair with a book, forcing herself not to look toward the windows. Outside, darkness had fallen completely, transforming each pane of glass into a mirror that reflected her solitary figure, illuminated and exposed, while concealing whatever or whoever might be looking in. Story 8. The rain fell in gentle whispers against the cobblestone streets of Millfield, a small town where everyone seemed to know each other's business. Detective Sarah Calloway stood beneath the awning of what was now just an empty storefront, her notepad already dampened by the persistent mist. The windows were coated with a film of dust that had accumulated over what appeared to be years, not days. Yet Claire Martin insisted she had purchased a locket here just yesterday. "It was right here," Claire said, her voice trembling slightly as she pointed to the vacant space. A little antique shop with a blue door and a brass bell that chimed when I walked in. The woman who helped me was elderly, with these kind eyes that crinkled when she smiled. She helped me pick out this locket. Claire's fingers instinctively went to her neck, where a delicate gold pendant hung on a thin chain. Detective Calloway wrote each detail in her notebook, the scratch of her pen against paper barely audible above the soft patter of rain. The chill of the autumn morning seeped through her coat, but it wasn't the weather that sent a shiver down her spine. It was the growing certainty that something about this case didn't align with the natural order of things. "And you said you wanted to return it because," the detective prompted, her voice maintaining a professional steadiness. "Because when I got home and opened it, there was a photo inside. A photo of me as a child, standing in front of a house I've never seen before." Claire's words hung in the damp air between them. Detective Calloway nodded, her gaze drifting back to the empty storefront. The real estate sign in the window was weathered and faded, suggesting it had been there for months, perhaps years. "According to town records, this space has been vacant for almost 3 years," she said, careful to keep any skepticism from her tone. The last occupant was a hardware store that went out of business when the shopping center opened on the edge of town. They walked together to the coffee shop across the street, a small bell announcing their arrival as they entered the warmth of the cafe. The aroma of freshly ground coffee beans and baked goods enveloped them, a stark contrast to the gray chill outside. The detective ordered 2 cups of coffee, and they settled into a corner booth where they could see the empty storefront through the rain-streaked window. "Mrs. Henderson," Detective Calloway called to the cafe owner, a woman in her 60s who had run the place for as long as anyone could remember. "Has there been any activity in that vacant shop across the street recently? Any signs of a pop-up store, maybe an antique dealer?" Mrs. Henderson approached their table, wiping her hands on her apron. Her eyes narrowed as she glanced across the street. "That old place? No, nothing there for years now. Why do you ask?" Detective Calloway gestured to Claire. "Ms. Martin here believes she purchased a locket from an antique shop at that location yesterday afternoon." Mrs. Henderson's expression softened with sympathy. "Oh dear, you must be mistaken. That building's been empty since Carter's Hardware closed down. There's never been an antique shop on this street, not in all my 30 years here." Claire's hand tightened around her coffee cup. "But I was there. I spoke with an elderly woman. She had gray hair pulled into a bun, wore a purple cardigan. The shop was filled with antiques, clocks, jewelry, old photographs. It smelled like lavender and wood polish." Mrs. Henderson and Detective Calloway exchanged a glance, a silent communication that didn't escape Claire's notice. "May I see the locket?" Detective Calloway asked gently. Claire hesitated before unclasping the necklace and placing it on the table between them. It was undeniably beautiful, an oval-shaped gold pendant with intricate engravings of vines and flowers. Detective Calloway carefully opened it, revealing a small photograph inside. The image showed a young girl, unmistakably Claire, standing in front of a Victorian-style house with a distinctive red door and stained glass window. "This is you?" the detective asked. Claire nodded. "But I've never seen that house before in my life. I grew up in an apartment complex on the other side of town. We never lived in a house like that." Detective Calloway closed the locket, turning it over in her hand. On the back was an inscription, "Remember who you are." The craftsmanship appeared to be genuinely antique, not something mass-produced or recent. Over the next few days, Detective Calloway delved deeper into the mystery. She checked with the town clerk, examined old business registries, and interviewed longtime residents. No one remembered an antique shop at that location. The building's ownership history was straightforward and documented from Carter's Hardware to its current vacant state. Yet 3 more residents came forward with similar stories. Each had encountered the mysterious antique shop within the past month. Each had purchased a small item of personal significance, and each had returned to find the store gone without a trace. Like Claire, they all described the same elderly shopkeeper with kind eyes and a purple cardigan. Detective Calloway spent a quiet evening in the archives of the local historical society, the dust dancing in the beam of her desk lamp as she carefully turned the pages of old town records. The gentle hum of the aging heating system provided a soothing background to her methodical search. Her fingers paused on a newspaper clipping from 1952. The headline read, "Local antique dealer missing, presumed dead." The article detailed the disappearance of Eleanor Blackwood, a respected antique collector who owned a shop called Memories Preserved in the downtown area. The shop had mysteriously burned down one night, with no trace of Eleanor ever found. The accompanying photograph showed a woman in her 40s with dark hair pulled back tightly, standing proudly in front of her store. While not elderly, there was something in her eyes that nagged at Detective Calloway, a familiar kindness. Further research revealed that Eleanor had been known for her uncanny ability to match customers with items that had special significance to their lives, often items they didn't even know they were looking for. Local legend said she had a gift for seeing connections between people and objects that transcended ordinary understanding. The detective traced the location of Eleanor's original shop. It had stood exactly where Claire had pointed, where the empty storefront now sat vacant and forgotten. A week into her investigation, Detective Calloway received a call from Claire. Her voice was tight with emotion. "I found something," Claire said. "My mother had kept some of my grandmother's things in storage. I was going through them and found an old photograph album. Detective, the house in my locket, it's where my grandmother lived before I was born. She sold it after my grandfather died, years before I was even born. There's no way I could have known what it looked like." That evening, as shadows lengthened across her office, Detective Calloway carefully arranged the evidence she had gathered. 5 items purchased from a shop that officially didn't exist. 5 people connected to objects from their past, or in some cases, from a past they never knew they had. The case file remained open, officially classified as unexplained. Detective Calloway's final report acknowledged that no crime had been committed, as all the individuals involved had willingly purchased their items, and no one had been harmed. Yet she couldn't help but feel that something profound had occurred in their small town, something that defied conventional explanation. As for Claire, she never tried to return the locket again. Instead, she began researching her family history, discovering connections and stories she had never known. The house with the red door and stained glass window had been in her family for generations before financial hardship forced her grandmother to sell it. When Claire visited the property months later, the current owners welcomed her warmly, sharing that they had always felt as though the house was waiting for someone to return. The vacant storefront eventually became a bakery, its blue door and brass bell bringing new life to the street. Sometimes, when the light hit the windows just right, Detective Calloway thought she could see the faint outline of shelves lined with antiques and a kind-eyed woman in a purple cardigan, helping customers find not just what they wanted, but what they needed to remember. But by the time she blinked, the image was always gone, leaving nothing but questions hanging in the air like the lingering scent of lavender and wood polish that no one else seemed to notice. Story 9. The headlights cut through the November fog, twin beams dissolving into the mist 30 feet ahead. Detective Marlowe watched as raindrops collected on the windshield of the abandoned sedan, each droplet catching the red and blue police lights before sliding down the glass. The car sat perfectly parallel to the curb on Oakwood Drive, engine cold, doors locked. Nothing seemed out of place except for one detail that had prompted Mrs. Henderson's call to the police at 6:42 that morning. The car had been parked there for 3 days now, condensation gradually building up on the windows, obscuring whoever might be inside. Registration comes back to a Thomas Mercer, Officer Chen said quietly, her breath visible in the cold air as she handed Marlowe a small notepad. Address is about 20 miles from here, over in Ridgefield. Marlowe nodded, his pen making a soft scratching sound against his own notepad. The neighborhood was still waking up, curtains occasionally twitching as residents peered out at the small gathering of police vehicles. The detective circled the sedan slowly, his shoes making a soft crunching sound on the wet asphalt. When he reached the driver's side window, he leaned closer, using his flashlight to peer through a small clear patch in the fogged glass. Empty. Something about this case felt wrong from the start. Not alarming, not yet, but subtly misaligned, like a picture hanging just slightly askew. Missing persons weren't unusual in Port Haven, a small city where people sometimes disappeared to reinvent themselves elsewhere, but abandoned vehicles rarely sat untouched for days in residential neighborhoods without someone taking notice sooner. Thomas Mercer, age 27, was reported missing by his roommate Alan Prescott 2 days ago. According to the initial report, Mercer had driven Prescott home after a night out at the Anchor, a popular bar downtown. Prescott told the responding officer that he remembered being dropped off, waving goodbye as Mercer pulled away from the curb. That was the last anyone had seen of Thomas Mercer. In the evidence room at the Port Haven Police Department, Detective Marlowe spread out the contents found in the vehicle. The room hummed with the sound of fluorescent lights overhead, casting a clinical glow over the items arranged on the metal table. A leather wallet containing $43 in cash, credit cards, and Mercer's driver's license. A phone charger still plugged into the cigarette lighter. A half-empty pack of mint gum. A gas receipt from the evening Mercer disappeared. House keys. Everything a person would be expected to take with them had been left behind. What wasn't left behind was Thomas Mercer's cell phone. Marlowe's fingers tapped a slow, thoughtful rhythm on the table as he considered this detail. In the missing persons cases he'd worked, the absence of a phone usually meant one of two things. Either the person didn't want to be found, or someone else didn't want them to be found. The question was which scenario applied to Thomas Mercer. "We've got the security footage from the Anchor," Detective Rivera said, entering the room with a thin folder in her hands. The paper made a soft rustle as she placed it on the table. Bartender confirms both Mercer and Prescott were there until about 1:15 a.m. They had a few drinks, nothing excessive, no signs of arguments or trouble. Marlowe nodded, picking up the folder and flipping through the grainy black and white stills captured from the bar's security cameras. Thomas Mercer smiled in one frame, his arm around his roommate's shoulders. Both men appeared relaxed, comfortable. "What about Prescott?" Marlowe asked, his voice low and measured. "What's his story?" Rivera leaned against the table, crossing her arms. Roommates for about 8 months. Works as a graphic designer, mostly freelance. No criminal record. Says he and Mercer were good friends, occasional drinking buddies. Nothing to suggest any friction between them. The next day brought rain again, a soft, persistent drizzle that seemed to muffle sounds across the city. Marlowe sat across from Alan Prescott in the interview room, a space designed to be neither comfortable nor intimidating, just neutral. Prescott's fingers fidgeted with the sleeve of his sweater, pulling at a loose thread. "Walk me through that night again," Marlowe said, his tone conversational. "After you left the Anchor." Prescott cleared his throat, the sound echoing slightly in the sparse room. "We called it a night around 1:15. Tommy offered to drive since I'd had more to drink. We got to my place around 1:30, maybe 1:35. I remember checking my watch as I got out of the car." "The back seat?" Marlowe asked, keeping his expression neutral. Prescott blinked, confusion momentarily crossing his face. "No, I was in the passenger seat, front." Marlowe made a note, his pen scratching softly on the paper. "And after you got out?" "I waved goodbye, walked to my door. Tommy waited until I got inside. He always did that, and then drove off." Prescott paused, swallowing hard. "That's it. That's the last time I saw him." In the silence that followed, the subtle ticking of the wall clock seemed to grow louder. "Mr. Prescott," Marlowe said finally, "Tommy's car was found on Oakwood Drive. That's in the opposite direction from your apartment to his place. Any idea why he might have gone that way?" Prescott shook his head, his brow furrowing. "No, that doesn't make sense. There's nothing for him on Oakwood." Later that afternoon, as gray clouds gathered more densely overhead, Marlowe returned to Mercer's sedan, now impounded in the police garage. The interior had been processed for fingerprints and trace evidence, revealing nothing unexpected. Mercer's and Prescott's prints were found throughout, along with partial prints from 3 unidentified individuals, likely passengers from earlier trips. Marlowe sat in the driver's seat, his hands resting lightly on the steering wheel. He adjusted the rear-view mirror, angling it to show the back seat. Empty now, but something about Prescott's story had been nagging at him since their interview. The detective reached for the case file on the passenger seat, opening it to the statement Prescott had given when first reporting Mercer missing. There was a small detail that didn't align with today's interview. In his initial report, Prescott had said, "I got out, and as Tommy pulled away, I remember seeing something in the back seat through the rear window." When pressed by the officer taking the report about what he'd seen, Prescott had been vague, suggesting it was probably just a jacket or bag. But today, Prescott made no mention of anything in the back seat at all. The following morning brought a break in the case, though not the kind Marlowe had hoped for. A hiker reported finding personal items scattered along a trail in Blackwood State Park, about 15 miles from where Mercer's car had been abandoned. Among them, a wallet-sized photo of Thomas Mercer and Alan Prescott torn in half. Thomas's cell phone, screen shattered but still functional when the park ranger powered it on. And most concerning, a single men's shoe, size 11, matching the description of what Mercer had been wearing the night he disappeared. As Marlowe stood on the damp trail, watching the evidence team methodically photograph and collect each item, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The lab had processed data from Thomas Mercer's cell phone GPS history. On the night he disappeared, after leaving Prescott's apartment, Mercer's phone had traveled not toward his own home, but directly to Alan Prescott's workplace, a small design studio in a converted warehouse downtown. The phone had remained there for nearly 2 hours before moving again, taking a route that eventually led to this very trail in Blackwood State Park. After that, the phone had remained stationary until its battery died approximately 36 hours later. When confronted with this information, Alan Prescott's carefully constructed narrative began to unravel. His voice trembled as he sat once again in the interview room, this time with his attorney present. "It was an accident," he whispered, staring at his hands. "We argued about money he owed me. When he dropped me off, I was still angry. I got in the back seat instead of going inside. I wanted to talk it out." The confession came slowly, each word seeming to physically pain Prescott as it left his mouth. How the argument had escalated in the car, how Thomas had pulled over on Oakwood Drive demanding Prescott get out, how a push had turned into a struggle, ending with Thomas hitting his head against the window with sickening force. "I panicked," Prescott said, his voice barely audible. "He wasn't moving. I didn't know what to do. I drove his car to my studio, parked in back where there are no cameras. I used my car to..." He couldn't finish the sentence. 3 days later, guided by Prescott's eventual full confession, police recovered Thomas Mercer's body from a shallow grave deep in Blackwood State Park. The medical examiner would later confirm that blunt force trauma to the head had been the cause of death. Detective Marlowe stood at the edge of the crime scene as rain began to fall again, watching as officers carefully processed the area. He thought about the small detail that had ultimately unraveled the case. A passenger who was supposed to have exited the car, but somehow was still there in the rearview mirror as the car pulled away. Sometimes, Marlowe reflected, it's not what's missing from a story that reveals the truth, it's what remains behind, unexplained and out of place, like a passenger who never got out. Story 10. It emerged in the post, shrouded in a plain envelope devoid of a sender's mark. A solitary brass key, weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner couldn't place it, yet a sense of déjà vu lingered. As she tested it in every lock she owned, not a single one yielded. It didn't belong to her. But when she set it down on the coffee table, the ancient grandfather clock in the corridor emitted a solitary, hollow chime despite its long-standing state of disrepair. Sarah Miller alerted the authorities to the peculiar incident upon discovering the enigmatic key. What appeared to be a mere anomaly swiftly unfurled into one of the most disconcerting criminal inquiries the tranquil suburban neighborhood had ever known. The responding officer initially brushed off her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps an error, he proposed. Nevertheless, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, more to pacify her, securing it in a small evidence bag that would later become pivotal to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case dossier during the morning briefing. A seasoned investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he possessed an instinct for cases destined to escalate beyond their seemingly innocuous origins. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet somehow disquieting. Background checks unveiled Sarah's spotless criminal record. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children residing across the country. Nothing untoward in her financial records, phone logs, or social media activity. She seemed precisely as she professed an unwitting recipient of something peculiar. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key except Sarah's. The envelope divulged nothing beyond a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself, a standard Schlage model, could be procured at any hardware store, albeit well used and at least a few years old. The breakthrough materialized unexpectedly when Detective Harmon opted to input the key's distinctive bidding pattern into the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern associated with a storage unit where investigators had uncovered blood-stained carpet, cutting implements, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stagnated due to insufficient evidence to pinpoint a suspect. Harmon delved into the dusty case files. The detective who had helmed the case had long since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity with cash payments. Surveillance footage had been overwritten ages ago. The evidence amassed had yielded partial DNA profiles, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs salvaged from the storage unit depicted 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never located. Their cases remained open, categorized as suspected homicides without bodies. When Sarah Miller viewed the photographs, she failed to recognize any of the women. Her anxiety mounted as the investigation progressed, prompting her to fortify her home with new locks and a security system. The query lingered: why had someone dispatched this key to her? Harmon ordered a fresh examination of the original evidence utilizing modern techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and cross-referenced with genealogical databases. This led to a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Tracing lineage backward, investigators zeroed in on Harold Jenkins, who had resided 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until relocating roughly 6 years prior. His current whereabouts remained unknown. Further scrutiny uncovered that Jenkins had worked as a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, albeit with minimal documented interaction between them. His employment records displayed sporadic work history, prolonged unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. A search of his former residence unveiled nothing out of the ordinary upon initial inspection. Neighbors described him as reticent, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, a common characterization that often follows revelations about predators concealed in plain sight. The burning question persisted: why dispatch the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon speculated it might be a trophy, a caution, or possibly a macabre invitation. The pursuit of Jenkins escalated. His driver's license had lapsed. No activity on credit cards, no tax filings. The digital traces individuals typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, hinting at a purposeful effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case unfurled when authorities probed a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered floorboards of the cabin, investigators unearthed a concealed chamber accessible solely through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously arranged shelves housed dozens of identical brass keys, each bearing a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, hinted at a harrowing implication of additional victims previously unbeknownst to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams exhumed human remains. The excavation spanned weeks as investigators uncovered multiple bodies in varying stages of decay. Sarah received continuous protection as the nationwide manhunt for Jenkins gained momentum. Behavioral analysts posited that the key symbolized a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to admire his handiwork. The media dubbed him the Keymaster, a moniker that swiftly disseminated through national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents grappled with how such terror had lurked among them unnoticed. Tracking dogs trailed a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search parties scoured dense forested areas. Thermal imaging drones surveyed terrain impassable to ground units. The manhunt burgeoned into one of the region's largest. A wildlife photographer trekking through remote woods captured an image of an individual resembling Jenkins. The grainy photograph depicted a bearded man with vacant eyes toting a backpack, venturing deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the vicinity, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated treacherous terrain while psychological profilers surmised that Jenkins would not yield. They surmised he might have prepared for this scenario with hidden provisions and escape routes. The final showdown unfolded when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins endeavoring to traverse a river. Instead of surrendering, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, barricading himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators endeavored to establish communication for hours to no avail. When tactical teams breached the tower, they discovered Jenkins deceased from a self-inflicted wound. Adjacent to his body lay a journal containing meticulous accounts of his transgressions, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Within a waterproof container, investigators stumbled upon additional evidence, including photographs, maps pinpointing burial sites, and personal effects pilfered from victims, a methodically preserved chronicle of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The ensuing investigation unveiled 32 victims in total. Families who had languished in uncertainty regarding missing loved ones finally obtained closure, albeit burdened by the weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her abode, unable to reconcile the proximity of horror to her mundane existence. The grandfather clock that had ominously chimed was scrutinized and found to harbor a discreet wireless receiver Jenkins had been observing, biding his time until she received his gift. The case persists as one of the most unsettling instances of predatory behavior concealed beneath a facade of normalcy. Psychological researchers persist in scrutinizing Jenkins' writings, endeavoring to glean insights to identify akin offenders before they strike. And somewhere in an evidence vault, a collection of brass keys rests as silent testament to lives prematurely severed, each key unlocking nothing, yet revealing a harrowing truth about the darkness that sometimes lurks behind unassuming exteriors. Story 11. In the hushed stillness of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a mere anomaly at first glance. The mother, nestled in the embrace of sleep, brushed it off as a fleeting interference. But then a crackling static filled the room, and a voice, soft as a breath of wind, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, a primal fear gripping her heart as she shot up from the bed, the echo of those words lingering in the air. Racing to her son's room, her pulse thundering in her ears, she found the crib empty, a void where her precious Samuel should have been. The window stood closed, the door securely locked. The only disarray lay in the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its unblinking black eyes fixed upon her, a silent witness to the inexplicable. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, raw and anguished, tearing through the veil of silence that enveloped the house. The neighbors, stirred by her cries, dialed emergency services, their concern etched in the shadows of their faces. And when the authorities arrived, they discovered a scene etched in sorrow: Rebecca, cradling the stuffed rabbit, her world shattered by the absence of her 4-month-old son, a mystery unsolved. The investigation unfolded like a tapestry of shadows, each thread leading to more questions than answers. No signs of forced entry marred the home, the security system steadfast in its vigil. The baby monitor's footage, a silent witness to the night's events, held only the enigmatic voice and the crackle of static, a puzzle unsolved. Suspicions turned like a tide, swirling around Rebecca, her grief-stricken facade scrutinized beneath a harsh light. Her husband, Daniel, distant in his absence, bore the weight of a strained marriage and whispered doubts. Medical records whispered of postpartum struggles, painting a portrait of a mother on the edge, teetering on the brink of despair. But then a glimmer of hope, a shard of truth amidst the shadows. Microscopic fibers, foreign to the household's embrace, clung to the nursery windowsill, a whisper of a clandestine entry from the outside world. The investigation pivoted, revealing a dark figure lurking in the night, a phantom with a purpose yet unknown. And then Daniel returned, his gaze haunted, his hands bearing the scars of secrets untold. A web of deceit unfurled, each strand leading to a revelation that shattered the fragile facade of family. A second life, a hidden past, a plan woven in shadows, a tapestry of betrayal and greed. The baby monitor, once a conduit of fear, emerged as the key to unlocking the truth. Its digital eyes peeled back the layers of deception, exposing a plot woven in darkness. Samuel, alive but lost, cradled by a woman with vacant eyes, a ghost from the past seeking redemption in the echo of a stolen child. The courtroom, a stage set for justice, fell silent as the truth unfurled, a symphony of whispers and secrets laid bare. Daniel's cough, a damning echo from the night of the abduction, sealed his fate in the eyes of the law. Elaine, a specter of longing and loss, faced the consequences of a choice made in desperation. And as the gavel fell, echoing through the chamber, Rebecca and Samuel embarked on a journey of healing, leaving behind the shadows of the past. The stuffed rabbit, a silent sentinel of truth, found a new home in a box tucked away, its gaze a reminder of the darkness that once haunted their lives. The baby monitor, a sentinel of the night, bore witness to the unraveling of a mystery, its truth a balm for souls scarred by deceit. And as the world slept, shrouded in the quiet of night, a mother and her son found solace in the promise of a new dawn, where shadows fade and whispers are silenced by the light of truth. Story 12. In the attic, nestled beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, the young couple who had recently acquired the old Victorian house, initially brushed off the doll as just another forgotten relic from the past. But that night, a strange unease settled over them as they drifted to sleep. The air felt dense, the quiet of the house unsettling. And when morning dawned, the doll was no longer in the attic. It sat solemnly at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel in the dim light. The house itself, with its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, had drawn Sarah and Michael in at an auction, despite whispers of its troubled history. Detective Rachel Winters found herself pulled into the unfolding mystery on a crisp autumn morning as the chilling scene revealed itself in the master bedroom. The female victim, her body arranged in a macabre pose, eyes wide with terror, and in the hallway the male victim, as if caught in a desperate attempt to flee from an unseen horror. The meticulous nature of the crime scene left Detective Winters with more questions than answers. No signs of forced entry, no indication of a struggle beyond the haunting stillness that hung in the air. The victims appeared almost like dolls themselves, posed in unnatural positions that sent shivers down the detective's spine. As she pored over the details, a sense of foreboding crept into her consciousness. Interviews with neighbors unveiled a tapestry of eerie accounts, a shadow glimpsed in an upstairs window, laughter echoing through the empty corridors in the dead of night. Each revelation added a layer of disquiet to the inexplicable tableau before her. The forensic team's discoveries only deepen the enigma. Fibers of antique fabrics, traces of a bygone era, interwoven with the enigma that surrounded the victim's demise. Delving into the history of the house, Detective Winters unearthed a chilling pattern of unexplained deaths spanning decades. 3 previous owners, their fates shrouded in mystery, each linked by a thread of inexplicable occurrences within the house's walls. A tale emerged of a doll maker who had once resided there, his final creation a doll said to bear an uncanny resemblance to his deceased daughter, casting a haunting shadow over the unfolding investigation. As the detective's pursuit of truth led her deeper into the labyrinth of the past, a revelation emerged. Each victim had sought to alter the attic, to reshape the space where the doll maker's legacy lingered. Sarah and Michael, unknowingly following a path paved by those who had met untimely ends within those walls, had set in motion a chain of events that defied rational explanation. Old photographs hidden beneath the attic floorboards unveiled a macabre dance of shadows from the past. The doll, a spectral presence in the images, seemed to shift and move between frames, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy. Infrared scans traced a spectral path from the attic to the master bedroom, a trail of unseen hands and inexplicable residue left in its wake. A chance encounter with a distant relative of the doll maker revealed whispers of arcane practices, of dark rituals that bound spirits to inanimate forms. The line between the living and the dead blurred as the detective's investigation spiraled into the realm of the supernatural, where the most innocent of objects held a darkness that defied comprehension. And then, as swiftly as it had begun, the investigation faltered. No suspects, no tangible leads to follow. The doll, a specter of malevolence, seemed to slip through the detective's grasp, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering dread. The house, tainted by the weight of its history, passed into new hands, its attic now a hollow echo of the past. The doll, a phantom of memory, vanished into the shadows, its presence whispered but never confirmed. Detective Winters, haunted by the enigma that had eluded her, took her leave, carrying with her a single photograph that bore witness to a darkness that lay beyond the veil of reason. And so the house stood silent, its secrets buried within its walls, waiting to be awakened on quiet nights when the wind whispered through the eaves and the shadows danced in the moonlight. And in those moments, a faint echo of laughter, a fleeting glimpse of a small figure at the attic window, served as a reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 13. The aging apartment held its secrets, whispering pipes, groaning floorboards, but to the new tenant the sounds were more than mere quirks. The footsteps above were too deliberate, too rhythmic for comfort. Despite residing on the top floor, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from above. One restless night, she summoned the courage to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps halted. A heavy silence filled the space. Then a single knock echoed back from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building, or perhaps an animal seeking refuge in the attic. Night after night, the methodical footsteps persisted, tracing unseen paths across her ceiling in the dark. Sarah adapted, drowning out the unsettling sounds with blaring TV volumes and bedtime headphones, desperate to escape the haunting echoes above her. Detective Morris's interest was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall to fix a leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker uncovered a hidden passage not accounted for in the building plans. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage revealed a makeshift living space, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a stained blanket, and a weathered notebook. Alarmed, the superintendent contacted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, arrived to find the shaken maintenance worker muttering about someone living within the walls, watching. The notebook contained meticulous notes on Sarah Coleman, her daily routines, visitors, meals, viewing habits, and even her sleeping patterns. The once neat handwriting deteriorated into erratic scribbles and cryptic symbols, culminating in a chilling declaration. The subject no longer responds to my signals. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me. Forensic teams uncovered fingerprints in the crawl space unmatched in any database. A network of hidden passages spanning decades was revealed, connecting multiple apartments but leading to observation points disguised within Sarah's unit alone. Interviews with current residents yielded no unusual findings, but former tenants shared unsettling accounts of feeling watched or hearing inexplicable noises, their stories buried in fear of sounding paranoid. A breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic blood spatter in one of the hidden spaces, matched to a missing former tenant named Martin Weaver. Investigating further, Detective Morris unearthed a chilling pattern tied to Sarah's previous neighbor, Edward. Edward's unsettling behavior, coupled with his sudden disappearance following Martin's accusations, raised suspicions. Tracking Edward's history of residence, investigators uncovered a disturbing trail of secrecy and isolation. His rural property revealed a macabre collection of notes, photographs of unsuspecting residents, detailed maps of building structures, and journals chronicling his observations and habitat maintenance. A corkboard displayed missing persons reports, each linked to Edward's past residences, with evidence of a sinister obsession and meticulous planning. Behind the cabin, the grim truth emerged as cadaver dogs led investigators to hidden graves, each holding a tragic story of lives taken too soon. As the investigation unfolded, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building, now sealed off from hidden intruders. Yet a chilling discovery awaited: a new notebook tucked in a corner, hinting at a continued presence. The notebook's message, "They found my old nest, but not my new one," sent shivers down the investigators' spines. With a map of Sarah's apartment layout and a date marked for that very night, panic set in as they raced to find Sarah, only to discover her vanished without a trace. A cryptic message on the fogged bathroom mirror directed attention upward, revealing a sinister breach in her sanctuary. As the manhunt for Edward intensified, his true identity as Edward Mercer, a skilled construction worker turned recluse, came to light. Thermal scans found no signs of his current whereabouts within the walls, leaving Sarah's fate shrouded in uncertainty. Linked to a string of disappearances across state lines, the authorities issued warnings to building managers about hidden spaces and unauthorized modifications. Haunted by the echoes of Sarah's ordeal, Detective Morris found solace in the quiet of his own home, listening intently to the silence above him, pondering the unseen eyes and ears that may still linger in the shadows. The chilling question remained: who else might be out there, waiting, watching, listening in the darkness of the night? Story 14. The shop of costumes was on the verge of closing, its shelves being cleared of old treasures. Among the remnants, a woman's hand reached out to retrieve a mask hidden in the dust of time. Its delicate features held a lifelike quality that sent a shiver down her spine. Placing it on the counter, the cashier hesitated, his voice barely a whisper: "That's not from here." Bewildered, she inspected the mask, finding no tag to identify its origin. With a nonchalant shrug, she carried it home. As the night enveloped her in its embrace, a soft sound stirred her from slumber, the whisper of fabric moving. The mask, once resting on the dresser, now perched on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. The woman known as Catherine Reed was discovered by a concerned neighbor. The open front door beckoned the morning light into the dimness of her home. Expecting a simple book return, the neighbor stumbled upon a scene that would puzzle investigators for years to come. Catherine lay still on her bedroom floor, the mask vanished into the night. Detective Morgan arrived as the scene was captured by forensic lenses, the shutters clicking in rhythm to the hushed whispers around her. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, jotting down observations. The detective's keen eye caught nuances: a drawer slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass. Everything seemed ordinary except for the life lost to the shadows. The medical examiner, with a solemn expression, declared the cause of death a mystery. No visible wounds, no signs of a struggle, only the terror etched into Catherine's frozen features. Bending closer, the detective murmured, something terrified her to her core. Catherine's life revolved around art appraisal, her discerning eye capable of detecting even the subtlest forgery. Colleagues praised her meticulous nature and passion for authenticity. She could spot a fake a mile away, her boss remarked during interviews. Could her discernment have led to her demise? Security footage from the costume shop uncovered a peculiar interaction. The cashier's confusion over the mask raised eyebrows. The owner, summoned to inspect, denied any knowledge of its origins. The detective delved deeper into the shop's past, revealing a history shadowed by unexplained occurrences. A breakthrough emerged when forensics uncovered mysterious fibers on Catherine's fingertips. She clutched at something, the lab expert explained, pointing to the peculiar material, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance. The investigation unveiled a pattern of deaths linked to unusual masks, each victim displaying an expression of sheer terror. A retired detective shared insights from a bygone case, hinting at ancient symbols hidden within the masks, a ritual of soul transference. A journal hidden in Catherine's apartment shed light on her final days, descriptions of unease, of a malevolent presence lurking within her home. Her frantic notes connected the mask to a sinister cycle of death and possession. As the pieces aligned, the cause of Catherine's demise became clear, fear so consuming it stopped her heart. Surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor captured a chilling sight: a figure, donning a mask, exiting Catherine's home with eerie familiarity. The mask, a harbinger of dread, slipped away into the night, evading capture. Months later, whispers of a mysterious mask surfaced in a distant vintage shop, evading investigators once more. The cycle continued, unseen threads weaving a tale of ancient malevolence. The detective, haunted by Catherine's journal, guards a truth too bizarre for official records. In the still of night, she awakens to a sense of being watched. Fingers trembling, she secures her abode, knowing that the mask, hungry for souls, lurks in the shadows. Its empty eyes seek out the next vessel, continuing a cycle centuries old. The mask waits, patient and hungry, for the next unwitting victim to unravel its secrets, to feel the weight of its gaze upon them, and to succumb to the darkness that dwells within. Story 15. The town kept silent about the house at the edge of the woods, a mysterious structure standing alone with blackened windows and a porch weighed down by the passage of time. No one laid claim to it, and its origins remained a whispered enigma. But when a group of hikers strayed too close, they stumbled upon a chilling sight: names carved into the wooden siding, etched deeply like ominous messages. And at the very bottom, freshly engraved and untouched by the elements, was a name that sent shivers through their souls, a name none of them recognized until a trembling voice confessed, "That's mine." In the dead of night, a call came into dispatch, cataloged as a routine trespassing incident. The caller identified himself as Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had come face to face with his own name etched into the abandoned house. Responding officers anticipated a case of mere mischief, perhaps a prank gone awry among friends, but what awaited them defied logic. Under the cloak of darkness, Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene, her flashlight piercing the obscurity and revealing the weathered facade of the structure. 27 names adorned the eastern wall, some faded with time, others sharply carved as if done recently. And at the end of the list, Mason Wright, the incision still fresh, remnants of sawdust clinging to its edges. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his words hanging in the frigid air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." Thus commenced an investigation that would unravel a web of mysteries and unearth chilling truths. Background checks on each name led to chilling discoveries. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the span of 4 decades, each linked to a hiking expedition gone awry. Some cases had gone cold, while others remained open, all bearing the haunting similarity of vanishing while hiking alone. Forensic analysts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering of each name. The oldest inscription, Rebecca Hansen, dated back 37 years to a case of a young woman who vanished in those very woods, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a stream. As Detective Keller delved deeper, questioning Mason exhaustively, his story remained unwavering. He professed no ties to the area beyond this particular hiking trip with his college friends, chosen randomly based on an online suggestion. No connection surfaced between him and the other names haunting the wall. Attention shifted to Mason's companions, particularly Emily Chen, the group's photographer. Upon scrutinizing her images, analysts noticed a disquieting presence, a blurred figure, tall and slender, lurking in the background of 3 distinct photos. "We never encountered anyone else on our trek," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." A search of the house's interior unveiled an eerie tableau. Though the structure appeared forsaken, the basement harbored a chilling array of personal effects belonging to the missing hikers, meticulously arranged and labeled with names matching those outside on the wall. Bloodstains, concealed attempts at cleaning, and canine alerts near the dense forest at the rear of the property deepened the enigma. As the probe escalated, Detective Keller observed a change in Mason's demeanor. He reported uncanny incidents, whispers in the night, unexplained footprints leading to his door, spectral figures observing from the shadows. Despite police protection, Mason's paranoia spiraled. A breakthrough emerged with the unearthing of land records revealing the house's prior owner, a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Details emerged of a tall, gaunt figure shrouded in mystery, who vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance brushed aside. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller led a search deeper into the forest, unveiling a network of primitive hunting blinds meticulously positioned along well-trodden paths. Within one hideout lay a journal chronicling Victor Blackwood's sinister pursuits, transitioning from animal hunting tactics to grotesque human predation, including elaborate profiles of his victims. A manhunt ensued, spanning jurisdictions, deploying helicopters with thermal imaging and tactical units combing every crevice. Yet Victor Blackwood remained elusive as Mason retreated further into seclusion, evading all contact. During a revisit to Blackwood's abode, forensic technicians stumbled upon a concealed workshop, replete with woodworking tools, preservatives, and a freshly carved name, a name that struck fear into Detective Keller's heart, belonging to their lead forensic technician who had mysteriously vanished. A surveillance net was cast around the house, capturing a chilling figure on camera, impossibly tall and thin, gliding towards the structure with an eerie grace. As tactical squads closed in, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind a palpable sense of dread. To this day, the house remains under constant watch, a monument to unspeakable horrors. Mason Wright and the missing technician remain unaccounted for, the investigation ongoing as similar disappearances plague other wooded realms. The names etched on that wall have become a macabre legend, a tale that law enforcers whisper in hushed tones and local hikers avoid, lest speaking its name consign them to that dreadful list of names no one dares utter. Story 16. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, nearly overlooked the peculiar sight of a suitcase gently bobbing near the shore. Initially dismissing it as discarded clothing, he was jolted by the pungent odor that wafted towards him as he drew closer. A thick, cloying scent hung in the air, unmistakable in its grim nature. The suitcase, bound by chains and weathered by time, held within it a macabre secret. When authorities pried it open, they were met not by garments, but by a haunting sight: hair, fingers frozen in a tight grip, and at the bottom, a chilling note that declared, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a delicate handkerchief pressed against her nose to shield herself from the overpowering stench. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her, her once dark hair now mottled from its watery grave. The medical examiner worked meticulously, documenting every detail before the body was carefully removed. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not the brutality of the crime, but the eerie attention to detail paid to the victim's appearance: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, and attire that spoke of luxury. Observing the tranquil waters gently lapping against the muddy shore, Mercer pondered aloud. She wasn't just disposed of here, she was prepared, displayed. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her dealings in high-end properties, lived a seemingly enviable life. Divorced, childless, residing in an upscale neighborhood, she was described by colleagues as driven, meticulous, and fiercely private. Her sudden disappearance, reported by her assistant when she failed to show up for a crucial appointment with affluent clients, sent shockwaves through her professional circle. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously kept modernist home, they found a facade of perfection that bordered on obsession. Every corner was flawlessly arranged, not a speck of dust out of place. Her refrigerator housed neatly labeled meals for each day, her closet a symphony of color-coded clothing, and shoes neatly stored in protective covers. Yet a subtle anomaly caught their attention: a slightly ajar drawer in her home office. Within it lay a leather-bound journal, its final entry sending shivers down their spines. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further probing into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a disturbing pattern: numerous messages from unknown sources, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," sent consistently at the same time on various days. Her internet searches revealed a fixation on home security systems and self-defense tools, painting a picture of a woman living in fear. Detective Mercer connected the dots, linking these chilling discoveries to the meticulous arrangement of Catherine Walsh's body. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she mused to her partner. "This was not a crime of passion. This was a carefully orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among the items recovered. The man who had pawned it turned out to be Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker with a penchant for lurking in the shadows. Surveillance footage captured Lyndon's repeated visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always when she was away showcasing properties. A search of Lyndon's modest apartment unearthed a sinister collection, walls adorned with surreptitiously taken photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a similar appearance. Some images were crossed out in red, marking them as targets. Catherine Walsh, it appeared, was not his first victim. Buried behind a false wall in his closet lay a shrine of sorts. Each item meticulously catalogued: hair strands on a brush, used tissues stained with lipstick, keys, and receipts, all accompanied by detailed notes on the victims' lives. In the chilling confines of the interrogation room, Lyndon, seemingly unassuming in his demeanor, confessed with an unsettling calmness. They were flawed, he stated flatly, presented themselves as perfect, but I saw through the facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always messy. A smudge marred her lipstick application. Her perfection was a facade. The search for the other victims mentioned in Lyndon's note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were recovered, each containing a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Catherine Walsh. These victims, like her, were real estate agents who projected an image of meticulous perfection, a trait that Lyndon sought to correct in his twisted worldview. During the trial, Lyndon sat unmoving, his expression void of emotion as his heinous acts were recounted. He had meticulously stalked each victim, delving into their lives, seeking out their imperfections, before correcting them in his own deranged way. The families of the victims watched in solemn silence as the judge handed down a sentence of life without parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but the enigma of Michael Lyndon lingered. What inner demons drove him to fixate on these women? What insecurities within himself did he seek to expunge through his grisly acts? As the river continued its tranquil journey downstream, its waters eventually washing away all traces of the horror that had unfolded, Mercer sat at her desk. The haunting presence of Lyndon's meticulous notebooks, a stark reminder that darkness can lurk in the most unsuspecting of places. In the quiet shadows of seemingly ordinary lives, a chilling truth remains sometimes. The most dangerous predators are those who blend seamlessly into the fabric of society, patiently waiting for the moment when a flaw is exposed, revealing the darkness within. Story 17. The new homeowners found it peculiar the crackling of the old intercom system late at night, a relic of the past, rewired but forgotten. One evening, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A whisper, faint yet distinct, crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, whispered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor stood amidst ancient oak trees, its worn fa-deck concealing a modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly low price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The intercom system, a vintage feature linking all rooms, had charmed the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, gravel crunching beneath her unmarked car's tires. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, but the dispatcher's tone implied a deeper mystery. Daniel Parker, a tall figure with a pallid complexion, welcomed her at the door, his unease palpable even in the dim light. "It all began with the intercom," he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "First static, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, clutching an untouched steaming mug. "We found something behind the wall," she said abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he removed the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, they had unearthed a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, wearing gloves, gingerly opened its fragile pages. The elegant yet frantic handwriting belonged to Alina, the apparent previous owner. The entries chronicled her growing fear that her husband Vincent intended to harm her. The last entry was 30 years old, Daniel explained. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned buying it from an elderly man who had moved to a retirement community. The investigation revealed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Records showed Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina supposedly left him. No divorce proceedings, no change of address. No financial activity in Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves organized a team to meticulously search the property. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As investigators broke through the aged concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis identified the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of head trauma. A gold wedding band inscribed to Alina, my eternal love, was found among the remains. The evidence mounted against Vincent Blackwood swiftly. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, he comprehended the charges leveled against him. His response, delivered with an unsettling calm, sent shivers through the detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said. "Always through that cursed intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she reconnected it herself. Claimed she wanted to always reach me, wherever I was in the house." His vacant gaze lifted. "I just wanted silence." In his confession, Vincent detailed how he fabricated the story of Alina leaving him, even sending forged postcards from different locations. He lived in the house for years, walking over the spot where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The presiding judge acknowledged the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades of deceit that followed. Daniel and Meredith sold the house, unable to stay after learning its dark past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The next owners removed the intercom system during renovations. Workers heard static and whispers during the process, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival. Closing the folder, she pondered how the house had seemingly transcended time to unveil its secret. Justice had finally reached Vincent Blackwood, thanks to Alina finding a way to be heard. Among local law enforcement, the case became known as the house that answered back. Detective Reeves occasionally drove past the property on her way home. She never halted, but she would slow down, window cracked open, listening for whispers carried by the wind. Story 18. The old Polaroid held secrets of a forgotten birthday, frozen in time. Among the smiling faces and flickering candles, a subtle anomaly emerged. A figure lingered in the background, a man shrouded in shadow, always just outside the circle of light cast by the candles. He did not belong to the family captured in the frame, yet he appeared in every photo, drawing closer with each snapshot. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while clearing out her late mother's attic. The box, labeled Memories, revealed a treasure trove of faded photographs documenting joyous family gatherings from her childhood. What should have been a nostalgic find turned into the genesis of a haunting mystery. The initial photo barely hinted at his presence, a mere silhouette lingering at the edge during Sarah's 7th birthday celebration. In the subsequent snapshots, he crept closer, his form becoming more defined as he moved from the periphery to the heart of the gatherings. Disturbed, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers. His response was a sharp silence followed by a startled gasp. "Who is this man in the background of these photos?" she quivered. His denial only deepened the mystery. Detective Marcus Reed carefully examined the eerie progression of images spread across his desk, rain tapping against the windows like a rhythmic lullaby. Shadows danced, mirroring the detective's contemplation. As Sarah recounted the chilling tale, Reed's interest peaked. The figure's gradual advance through the pictures, unnoticed by the subjects, painted a sinister narrative. In the final photo, he loomed directly behind a youthful Sarah, a ghostly hand extending toward her shoulder, just beyond the frame. Reed proposed theories, but doubts lingered. The absence of recognition from party attendees, coupled with the figure's elusive nature, deepened the enigma. Facial recognition technology failed to unmask the mysterious man, hinting at a deliberate evasion of detection. Sarah's discovery of similar figures in other family albums unveiled a pattern spanning different occasions and years. A digital specialist unearthed hidden details, exposing a scar, a ring, and a fleeting reflection that hinted at a dark past. A breakthrough came from dental records, linking the shadowy figure to Robert Keller, a vanished maintenance worker implicated in unsolved child abductions from decades past. Keller's connection to the vacation property where Sarah's birthday had taken place unraveled a web of sinister truths. Excavations beneath Keller's former residence unearthed chilling artifacts: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, all tied to missing children from long cold cases. The pieces fell into place, connecting the shadow in the photos to a malevolent reality. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the damning photos, Sarah reflected on the horrors concealed behind the Fa-Dev family celebrations. News of identified remains near a vacation property brought closure, albeit a grim one. The shadow figure, finally unmasked, had left a trail of devastation across generations. As Sarah solemnly returned the photos to their box, they bore witness to a chilling reality that sometimes the gravest threats lurk unseen in the captured moments of joy, moving through celebrations like ghosts, leaving behind only traces of their malevolence. Story 19, the old apartment exuded a sense of history, each creak and groan from the heating system adding to its mysterious charm. The pipes rattled in their familiar rhythm, a lullaby for the building's inhabitants. But one occupant, a woman whose name has since faded into obscurity, began to notice something different. A voice, faint and ethereal, drifted through the vents like a ghostly whisper. It called to her, beckoning her closer with each syllable. She hesitated at first, dismissing it as her imagination playing tricks on her tired mind. Yet, as the voice persisted, growing clearer and more insistent, she could no longer ignore its haunting presence. Detective Morgan Shaw entered the apartment, now emptied of life but filled with unanswered questions. Her sharp gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover, a portal to the unknown. The forensics team moved around her with precision, capturing every detail of the eerie scene. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had left behind a trail of mystery that led straight to the vents. Officer Patel recited the details from his notepad, painting a picture of a woman plagued by the whispers of unseen forces. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the scratch marks left by desperate hands. The metal bore the marks of a struggle, of someone trapped and fighting for escape. She could almost feel the panic that must have consumed Alina in her final moments, the chilling realization that she was not alone in her own home. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had fallen victim to a darkness that lurked within the very walls of her sanctuary. Her sister's tearful account revealed a woman tormented by unseen eyes and unheard voices, a woman slowly unraveling under the weight of her own fears. As Shaw delved deeper into the case, the apartment revealed its secrets one by one. Fibers from Aliner's clothing trapped in the vents, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and chilling audio recordings that captured the essence of a woman on the brink of madness. The building itself held a dark history, a tapestry of tenants who had fled in fear, their stories lost to the whispers that lingered in the air. The superintendent, Harold Weber, stood at the center of it all, a silent observer with keys to every door and a chilling calmness that sent shivers down Shaw's spine. But it was the hidden passage in Aliner's bathroom that unveiled the true horror that lay beneath the surface. A secret realm of shadows and echoes, where someone had dwelled in silence, watching, waiting, whispering. Shaw's stomach turned as the pieces fell into place, revealing a predator who had made the walls his domain, his victims unwitting players in a twisted game of control. Weber's meticulously kept records, his voyeuristic collection of memories stolen from the lives of others, painted a portrait of a man consumed by his own delusions. His arrest was a solemn affair, devoid of the chaos one might expect from such a revelation. His words, spoken with a serene certainty, echoed through the interrogation room like a chilling prophecy. The trial brought closure to some, but for Shaw, the whispers lingered in the empty halls of the apartment building. Despite the facade of normalcy that now enveloped the place, the echoes of the past refused to fade. Residents came and went, driven away by unseen forces that whispered in the night, reminding them that some secrets are buried too deep to be forgotten. The apartment building now stands as a monument to the darkness that once dwelled within its walls. The whispers continue, carried on the wind that seeps through the cracks, a reminder that not all ghosts rest in peace. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, and the shadows dance in the corners, whispering their secrets to those who dare to listen. It's nothing unusual, at least that's what they tell themselves. Story 20, The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the still air, swirling around her like forgotten whispers. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its decaying walls shedding memories, its furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like a journey into a moment suspended in eternity, except for one peculiar detail that set her on edge. The doors. Every door she opened led her back to the same room, the parlor, no matter the path she chose, no matter the handle she turned. A maze with no escape, trapping her in a perpetual loop. The only way out seemed to be the way she came in, yet when she glanced back, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form turned the deserted Victorian from a mere relic into a crime scene shrouded in mystery. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing the shadowy figures of forensic technicians moving silently through the dim interior, their presence akin to spectral apparitions. The house had garnered a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun erratically, where whispers of unseen watchers lingered in the air. Now, beneath its faded facade lay secrets far darker than mere urban legends. The initial examination suggests she passed approximately 3 days ago, murmured the medical examiner, his voice barely audible in the heavy silence. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan's body had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands folded peacefully in her lap, as if awaiting a visitor who never arrived. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene exuded an unsettling calmness that even seasoned investigators found disquieting. "Who discovered the body?" inquired Lind, her gaze fixed on her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, seated there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew nearer. The house had stood vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, almost 5 years prior. Legal entanglements had left the property in a state of abandonment, unwanted, unsold, a forgotten relic save for the occasional intruder seeking thrills or mischief. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had been drawn to the enigmatic Victorian. Her friends described her as meticulous, driven, captivated by spaces that defied conventional logic. The house, with its reputation for ensnaring visitors in its labyrinthine design, must have held an irresistible allure for her curious mind. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. As the investigation unfolded, it came to light that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustic phenomena, chilling drafts in unexpected corners and doors that seemed to lead to ever-shifting chambers. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she cryptically termed spatial anomalies. Yet, this equipment remained conspicuously absent. During the autopsy, a surprising revelation emerged: trace elements of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant linked to certain shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the quantities found were insufficient to be fatal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, affirmed her boyfriend under questioning. Morgan was meticulous in her methods, deliberately altering her perception wouldn't align with her character. Digital sleuthing unearthed remnants of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, exchanges with an individual who shared her fascination with the house, someone who professed to grasp its enigmatic essence. Their conversations grew increasingly intimate and enigmatic, hinting at hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. The house retains memories of its past, one message cryptically revealed. It yearns for someone to understand. The investigation eventually led Lind to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in obscure spatial phenomena had captivated her, transforming their professional discourse into a more personal bond. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely shaken by her untimely demise. "The house holds a legacy," he divulged. "The original architect wove optical illusions and deceptive perspectives into its design. It was crafted to confound and bewilder. Morgan believed there was a deeper layer to it, something transcending mere trickery of construction." Nevertheless, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the estimated time of Morgan's passing. Surveillance footage depicted him delivering a lecture at a university event miles away. The breakthrough in the case emerged from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. Contacted by the investigators, he unveiled a family secret buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet her end in that house," he disclosed. "There were others, always discovered in the parlor, forever serene. The family referred to it as the claiming." He furnished investigators with journals spanning decades, chronicling deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or strokes. A chilling pattern emerged: those who spent extended periods within the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically termed the influence. A thorough search of the property unearthed a concealed compartment behind the parlor's hearth. Within it, investigators stumbled upon Morgan's missing equipment and an enigmatic discovery. a small enclave harboring artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a geometric configuration. At its heart rested a weathered figurine, its features worn smooth by generations of hands. Analysis identified the carving as a depiction of a deity associated with liminal spaces, gateways between realms. Traces of the alkaloid discovered in Morgan's system were detected on the artifacts. The case took a sinister turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns within the house indicated a presence beyond Morgan at the time of her passing. Partial fingerprints incongruent with Morgan's or any known visitors were retrieved from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his residence. Like Morgan, he was found seated, gazing towards the entrance, the same alkaloid detected in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his home, but seamlessly fit the hidden compartment within the Victorian. In his final missive, sent to himself as though preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't bind you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors laid where they always have, yet something tricks you into believing you're trapped in circles. Once you grasp the truth, you can depart whenever, but by then, leaving becomes inconceivable. The case to this day remains unresolved, catalogued as suspicious fatalities under scrutiny. The Victorian has since been condemned, its confines off limits under governmental decree. Nevertheless, whispers persist of spectral lights glimpsed within on certain evenings and of visitors who vanish without a trace. Some locals maintain that the house claims those who delve too deeply into its enigmas. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves stumbled upon a force ancient and potent, residing within the interstices of conventional reality. The veracity of these theories remains as elusive as an exit within a house where every portal circles back to the beginning. Story 21. The motel stood there, a relic of a forgotten era, its faded facade hinting at stories left untold. A place where transient souls sought refuge for a night, a place where shadows lingered, whispering of mysteries long buried. The worn-out clerk passed her the key, a silent warning in his eyes as he uttered, "Avoid the last door on the left." Intrigue tugged at her curiosity, weaving a web of questions in her mind. That night, shrouded in the dim glow of flickering lights, she found herself standing before the ominous door. The handle sent a shiver down her spine, the cold seeping into her very core. To the naked eye, the door appeared no different from its companions, blending seamlessly into the faded wallpaper until she pressed her ear against it. From the other side, a presence whispered, a haunting breath that stirred the shadows of the night. Detective Morgan Reed, weary from the weight of countless unsolved mysteries, entered the room cloaked in darkness, a realm where the scent of blood hung heavy in the air, a metallic tang that spoke of tragedies past. The scene unfolded before her, a pristine bathroom juxtaposed with a bed untouched by chaos, a stark contrast to the horror that stained the room. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling in eternal silence. Reed knelt beside the fallen figure, a silent observer in the midst of a macabre tableau. The forensic technician's words pierced the eerie stillness, detailing the grim reality of yet another victim claimed by darkness. As the investigation unraveled, Reed pieced together fragments of a puzzle tainted by shadows. 3 women linked by a thread of tragedy, their lives extinguished in the solitude of forgotten motels. The press murmured of a predator lurking in the shadows, preying on unsuspecting souls. Autopsy reports whispered of a killer driven by motives beyond comprehension, a personal vendetta veiled in the guise of violence. Days bled into nights as Reed delved deeper into the abyss, chasing whispers of a truth veiled in darkness. A breakthrough emerged from the shadows when a sister's trembling words unveiled a forbidden liaison, a clandestine affair veiled in secrecy. The name C lingered in the air, a phantom haunting the corridors of the investigation. Reed's pursuit led her to the realm of corporate facades where a senior vice president bore the weight of suspicion. Charles Emerson, a man of influence, harbored secrets darker than the night itself. Beneath the veneer of respectability lurked a predator, his eyes betraying a truth he dared not speak. The web of deceit unraveled, exposing a tapestry of horrors woven by a man consumed by his own darkness. Emerson's facade crumbled under the weight of damning evidence, his lies unraveling like threads in the wind. The courtroom bore witness to the unraveling of a monster, a man devoid of remorse, sentenced to a lifetime of shadows. Reed, haunted by the void that stared back at her from behind Emerson's mask, knew that some doors once opened could never be closed. The echoes of the door on the left case reverberated through the corridors of time, a cautionary tale etched in the annals of true crime. Reed, a sentinel of the night, walked the pathways of forgotten motels, her footsteps echoing the unanswered questions that lingered in the shadows. In the depths of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, relics of a darkness that refused to fade. A reminder that behind every door, secrets whispered, waiting to be unveiled in the stillness of the night. Story 22, the apartment lay silent for months, a forgotten space waiting to reveal its secrets. The new tenants entered with low expectations, prepared for dust and remnants of the past. Yet one door defied their efforts to open it, a closet sealed shut from within. When the landlord finally broke the barrier, they anticipated mere remnants of the past, a few old coats, perhaps some discarded items. But what they discovered sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, jagged scratches as if pleading for escape. And nestled in the shadows, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, felt a chill creep down her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the silent cries for help etched into the wood, the desperate marks of someone trapped, fighting against unseen forces. "We need forensics immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting scratches on camera, and gather the records of the previous tenants. The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The anxious landlord, his hands perpetually damp with sweat, nervously recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. A quiet young woman kept to herself. "Left around 6 months ago," he muttered, avoiding the gaze of the ominous closet. "Never caused any trouble." Forensic analysis unveiled a grim truth within the scratch marks, traces of blood belonging mostly to a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old who had been reported missing. Yet among the DNA evidence, 2 samples stood out, one unidentified in the system, and the other belonging to a man believed to have perished 2 years prior. "This defies all logic," Shaw murmured as she pored over the perplexing findings. Emma's abandoned apartment whispered tales of interrupted life, a stack of neglected mail, a lone coffee mug gathering dust in the sink, a meticulously made bed. Her phone records hinted at a sudden cessation of contact with her sister, interspersed with a flurry of calls from an unknown number leading up to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious new boyfriend, Officer Reed divulged. No name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a chilling sequence, a shadowy figure in a baseball cap following Emma into her building one fateful night, concealing his identity from prying cameras. The pieces began to align when partial fingerprints matching Derek Mercer, a presumed deceased individual, were unearthed on the closet's inner doorknob. He faked his own death, Shaw concluded grimly. But what ties him to Emma, and what dark secrets lie buried within? The enigma deepened as the unidentified DNA sample led them to another missing person case, Lynette Porter, who had vanished years earlier. Shaw connected the dots, tracing a web of deceit and horror that intertwined Emma and Lynette's fates. A car linked to Derek Mercer's family repeatedly loitered near Emma's residence, with sightings of a figure resembling him behind the wheel, captured on surveillance cameras. The investigation unraveled a nightmarish reality. A remote property owned by Mercer's kin concealed a captive Lynette Porter, alive but emaciated, imprisoned in a macabre echo of Emma's confinement. "He forced me to witness," Lynette whispered, her gaze distant and haunted. "He said I needed to learn the consequences of defiance." Evidence mounted against Mercer, a tapestry of journals detailing his obsessions with dominance, eerie photographs of women resembling Emma and Lynette, and damning video recordings capturing his malevolent acts. "She thought she could expose me," his chilling voice echoed on the tapes. "No one reveals my truths." The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, a maniacal predator driven by a twisted desire to inflict suffering and revel in the agony of his victims. As authorities closed in on him at a bus terminal, Mercer clutched a new identity and a chilling array of tools: a roll of duct tape, a gleaming hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a disquieting calmness, dismissing the accusations as mere fabrications. "She sent that message to herself," he claimed coldly, referring to the ominous text on the forgotten phone. "She sought someone to save her, but she was unworthy of salvation." The trial unveiled Mercer's elaborate charade, a meticulously orchestrated ruse to feign his demise by utilizing a homeless man's dental records. For years, he had prowled undetected, preying on women who mirrored his initial victim. Emma's body remained a haunting enigma, lost within the confines of the closet where she had met her tragic end, clawing futilely at walls that held no escape. After mere hours of deliberation, the jury rendered a damning verdict: guilty on all counts. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life imprisonment without parole, Mercer's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile, as though privy to a cryptic truth known only to him. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter confronted her captor with unwavering resolve. "He entrapped us in darkness because that's where his soul resides, imprisoned in shadows. While he withers in his cell, I shall bask in the light." The case reshaped investigative protocols for missing persons, emphasizing the scrutiny of relational patterns and thorough scrutiny of rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode as a somber memento, a stark reminder that horrors aren't always painted in crimson, but etched in the desperate struggles of those fighting for survival. Story 23. In the dimly lit room, the detective's hand trembled slightly as she carefully unfolded the old envelope. Its edges, like aged parchment, whispered stories of forgotten times, yet the stamp on it gleamed fresh, a stark contrast to the weathered paper. Slowly, she slid out a single sheet, the words typed in a hurried, uneven fashion, confessing, "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, carrying with it a metallic tang that lingered in the air. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught her attention, not ink, but something more sinister. Detective Sarah Morgan, with her practiced precision, placed the ominous letter into an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moving with a sense of purpose. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was human blood, a chilling connection to an unsolved homicide that had haunted the department for years. The victim, Rebecca Warren, a young journalist, had met a tragic end in her own home, her body bearing the scars of a violent attack. Her unfinished stories scattered, her laptop missing, suggesting a link between her work and her untimely demise. The arrival of the cryptic letter addressed to the Homicide Division breathed new life into the cold case. The lack of fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a meticulous sender, one who left behind only faint smudges that spoke of gloved hands. But it was the postmark that offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to pull in the tangled web of mystery. Gathering her team in the shadowed briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the letter at the heart of the investigation board, a silent challenge to the unknown adversary. "This changes everything," she murmured, her voice a whisper in the stillness. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, cast a skeptical gaze at the letter. "Or perhaps it's a ruse, a macabre game meant to deceive," he countered, his words echoing in the hushed room. The unique typewriter impression patterns led them down a path of antiquity, to a model long forgotten but not impossible to find. The hunt began, reaching out to collectors and antique shops in a quest for the elusive machine. As the tendrils of the investigation unfurled, they delved into Rebecca's life, her unwavering pursuit of truth and justice. Her editor painted a portrait of a relentless journalist unearthing secrets that powerful figures sought to bury. The whispers of a wealthy family entangled in a web of deceit and betrayal added layers of intrigue to the unfolding narrative. In a quiet interview with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, hidden truths began to surface, his unease palpable in the flicker of his gaze. She feared she was being followed, he confessed, the weight of missed warnings heavy in his words. The shadow of a conspiracy loomed larger with each revelation. A second letter arrived, a mirror of the first, but with a darker confession. The pieces of the puzzle led them to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where shadows whispered of dark deeds hidden in the recesses of time. The eldest son, Richard, stood at the nexus of suspicion, his polished facade beginning to crack under the relentless scrutiny. A breakthrough came in the form of microscopic fibers linking the envelopes to custom stationery belonging to the youngest daughter, Eleanor. A hidden room, a trove of damning evidence, and a trail of deceit led to Richard's downfall. The truth, like a hidden dagger, pierced through the veil of lies. The courtroom, a stage for justice to unfold, bore witness to the unraveling of a meticulously woven tapestry of deception. Richard's protestations of innocence crumbled in the face of damning proof, his guilt laid bare for all to see. The weight of remorse, whether genuine or feigned, became the noose that tightened around the neck of the guilty. As the final chapter closed, Detective Morgan stood before Rebecca's grieving parents, offering solace in the form of closure. The blood-stained letters, silent witnesses to a tragedy, remained in the confines of evidence storage, a reminder that even the darkest secrets leave traces in the sands of time. The case of Rebecca Warren became a whispered tale in the halls of detective lore, a lesson that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lies not in the glare of modern technology, but in the shadows of the past, where the echoes of guilt reverberate through the corridors of the mind, unraveling the most elaborate of schemes. Story 24. The calf had become his nightly sanctuary for as long as anyone could remember. Same spot, same drink, same silent observer. The barista could pick out his face in a crowd, yet his identity remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day he failed to make his usual appearance. Concerned, the authorities searched his regular haunt and stumbled upon a forgotten wallet. Inside, a driver's license displayed a face, but the space where a name should have been was hauntingly blank. Detective Sarah Mercer found herself immersed in the enigma of the man known only as John Doe. Reviewing the security footage, she watched as he entered the cafe, ordered his customary black coffee, and settled at his secluded corner table. Everything seemed ordinary until the inexplicable happened. John rose from his seat, left his wallet behind, and headed towards the restroom only to vanish without a trace, never to return. As Mercer delved deeper into the enigmatic disappearance, she uncovered a wallet devoid of personal information but brimming with enigmatic clues. Credit cards that led to nowhere, cash neatly arranged, and a lone business card with a ghostly phone number. Upon dialing the number, eerie silence greeted her, punctuated only by the rustling of unseen papers. The enigmatic barista offered little insight into the elusive John Doe, painting a portrait of a solitary figure who frequented the cafe, always engrossed in his cryptic scribblings. His notebook, a jumble of coded messages and unfamiliar sketches, baffled even the most seasoned code breakers. With each dead-end light, the mystery deepened, shrouding John Doe in an impenetrable veil of secrecy. Yet amidst the enigma, Mercer stumbled upon a peculiar detail in the surveillance footage, a flicker in time whenever John entered the cafe. Determined to unravel the truth, she returned to the cafe, drawn to the antique mirror that stood sentinel between reality and the unknown. Its ornate carvings mirrored those found in John's notebook, hinting at a connection that transcended the tangible world. Upon closer inspection, Mercer discovered a hidden compartment behind the mirror, a trove of identical wallets, each bearing John's enigmatic identity. Amidst the wallets, a weathered journal chronicling experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference, penned by John himself. The final entry foretold of impending closure, a warning of converging realities and the end of an enigmatic experiment. As whispers of John Doe's spectral presence spread, Mercer encountered Margaret Keller, a former physicist with insights into John's enigmatic past. Keller unveiled a tale of Daniel Weston, a brilliant physicist lost to an experiment involving quantum mirrors and parallel realities. Weston's quest to breach the boundaries between worlds had led him to the cafe, a nexus of intersecting realities. Mercer's investigation culminated in a chilling revelation, a spectral doppelganger of John Doe observed through the fractured mirror, a harbinger of the experiment's completion. Rushing to the cafe, she found the mirror shattered, a final missive etched in John's familiar hand, warning against following him into the unknown. The case of the enigmatic man who defied existence remained a haunting enigma, shrouded in the mists of the unexplained. The cafe, a beacon of mystery, met its demise soon after, leaving behind whispers of spectral encounters and unsolved enigmas. Daniel Weston's fate remained a mystery, his legacy entwined with the fabric of the cafe's enigmatic past. And as the dust settled, Detective Mercer's own enigmatic legacy took root, her porch a silent witness to her ceaseless scribblings, a fragment of an antique mirror reflecting unseen truths in the still of the night. Story 25. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of dust and debris in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time and neglect. Within its confines rested a collection of faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration from years long gone. Each photo told a story of normalcy and innocence, until the last one shattered the tranquility. In that final image, amidst the familiar setting of her own living room, a family unknown to Rebecca smiled back at the camera, their faces frozen in time. Yet in the background lurked a shadowy figure, a man standing in the hallway, his presence ominous and unsettling. As Rebecca gazed at the photograph, A chill crept up her spine, sending tremors through her fingertips. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, she carried the enigmatic photo to the harsh light of the kitchen, where the unsettling truth slowly unfolded before her eyes. The eerie resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture was undeniable, raising questions that lingered in the air like an unspoken secret. Enter Detective Morgan, a figure shrouded in mystery, his weathered leather jacket a testament to the stories he carried within. With a keen eye and a methodical approach, he delved into the enigma of the photograph, seeking answers buried deep within the past. Through a meticulous investigation, a haunting pattern emerged: a succession of families disappearing without a trace after precisely 1 year of residing in the same house. The Sutherlands, the missing link in the chain of vanishing families, left behind a void that echoed with unanswered questions. Forensic analysis unveiled the sinister truth behind the Polaroid timer, a staged scene, and the haunting presence of a tall, shadowy figure that defied explanation. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a dark history unraveled, connecting the past to the present in a web of deceit and malevolence. Beneath the concrete floor of the basement, a grim discovery awaited: the preserved remains of the missing families, a silent testament to the horrors that had unfolded within the walls of the house. Among the relics was a camera, a tool of deception that had captured the unsuspecting victims in moments of blissful ignorance. As the investigation deepened, a chilling revelation emerged: a hidden crawlspace in the attic, concealing a sinister lair where the unseen watcher had operated undetected. In the shadows of that secret chamber lay a journal, its pages filled with chilling observations and a final entry that sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. Fleeing to a hotel under the protection of law enforcement, Rebecca found no solace in the darkness of the night. The ominous ring of a phone, the ghostly breath on the other end, and the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera marked the relentless pursuit of a malevolent presence that refused to be forgotten. The house now stood empty, a silent sentinel to the unsolved mysteries that lingered within its walls. The elusive figure of Samuel Whitfield, a specter from the past, remained a shadowy enigma, his true identity lost to time and deception. As the investigation continued, whispers of new families and unseen watchers echoed through the corridors of the abandoned house, a haunting reminder that some secrets were never meant to be uncovered. And in the darkness, where photographs developed and shadows danced, the chilling truth remained: a presence watching, waiting, and ready to strike once more. Story 26. In the quiet stillness of the night, a woman found herself reluctantly ascending to the attic. The relentless storm outside had caused a leak in the roof, forcing her to confront the forgotten space filled with shadows of the past. Dust danced in the dim light, clinging to cobwebs that draped over long-forgotten items. Amongst the relics of yesteryear, nestled in the far corner, stood an old dollhouse. Its presence sent a shiver down her spine, for within its miniature rooms lay a chilling revelation. The tiny furniture was meticulously placed, but the figures within were not dolls. They were miniature replicas, painstakingly carved to resemble her own family. Each tiny figure captured a likeness so uncanny that it made her stomach churn. Every detail was exact, every figure positioned precisely where they had been downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her was not seated as she should be, but stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Her name was Rebecca Morgan, and as her finger traced the roof of the dollhouse, she felt the indentation where the tiny wooden figure stood. A sense of unease crept over her, separate from the cold draft that whispered through the attic rafters. This dollhouse was out of place, a haunting presence in a home that was not her childhood sanctuary, but a temporary refuge her family had recently moved into. The tale began with Rebecca's urgent call to the authorities, a plea for help as she uncovered the unsettling truth within the attic. Law enforcement officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, gathered in fear in their living room, unwilling to return to the upper floors. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or the product of overactive imaginations in a new environment. But the intricate detail of the dollhouse soon shattered any illusions of innocence. Each miniature figurine held a unique trait of the family members: the father's receding hairline, the son's favorite hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. It was a chilling mirror of reality in miniature form. Forensic examination revealed fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match those of the family, sending a ripple of fear through the investigators. More unsettling were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each tiny figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. The movements of the Morgan family were scrutinized, revealing a disturbing pattern. The positions of the miniature figures did not merely mirror a single evening, but replicated various days, hinting at a prolonged observation of their lives. It was more than stalking, Detective Harmon recounted later. It was an obsession that delved into the darkest corners of the human psyche. The investigation took a sinister turn with the discovery of a concealed basement entrance behind a false pantry wall. Within this hidden realm, investigators found signs of habitation dating back before the Morgan family's arrival. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag painted a portrait of an unwelcome lodger living beneath the unsuspecting family for weeks on end. The absence of forced entry confounded the authorities, as property records unveiled the house's vacancy for a year prior to the Morgan's occupancy. The elderly previous owners had passed away, leaving their son to oversee the property's rental. Neighbors offered little insight, save for a hint of occasional lights in the vacant house, dismissed as real estate showings. A breakthrough emerged through digital trails, leading investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and former residents of the house unveiled a twisted obsession. Journal entries chronicled the minutiae of each family member's day with unsettling precision. But the most chilling revelation lay in the workshop, where unfinished dollhouses of various local homes whispered of a broader scheme. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, scion of the previous homeowners, whose financial woes had driven him to this sinister plot. His fixation on control manifested in the dollhouses, each a miniature world under his watchful eye. The figure of Rebecca by the attic door was not a threat, but a chilling acknowledgement of her discovery. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, revealing his motivations stemmed from a need to assert authority over his childhood home and its occupants. Possessive delusions clouded his actions as he confessed, "I needed to ensure they respected my parents' legacy." The psychological evaluation painted a complex portrait of a man clinging to a past slipping through his fingers, using the dollhouses as a conduit for control. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again, haunted by the realization that they had been mere pawns in a twisted game of observation. Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, and breaking and entering, shedding light on a breach of trust that shattered the sanctity of home life. The judge, during sentencing, acknowledged the profound violation inflicted upon the Morgans. "You didn't just trespass in their home, you violated their sense of safety and autonomy," the judge intoned solemnly. The tendrils of Wells' voyeuristic obsession stretched far, with forensic analysis revealing a trail of hidden surveillance in multiple homes over years. The The Morgans sought solace in a new abode, but the specter of surveillance lingered, a shadow that Rebecca could not shake. The dollhouses were banished, but the fear of being watched persisted, a silent echo of a past invasion. As she shared her story, Rebecca's voice trembled with the weight of knowing we were mere playthings in his twisted world, puppets to be moved at his whim. Martin Wells' dark legacy prompted a reevaluation of real estate practices, urging stricter disclosure laws to safeguard against such intrusions. The tale of the dollhouse lingered in the minds of criminologists, a cautionary tale of how a hidden gaze can distort lives unseen, waiting to be discovered in the shadows. Story 27. She wiped the steam off the mirror, gazing at her reflection, but something felt amiss. Her face appeared normal, her attire unchanged. Yet a subtle unease crept in as she continued to stare. A flicker caught the corner of her eye, a movement not of her own making. Turning away, she expected the reflection to follow suit. Instead, it remained motionless, eyes fixed on her. This unsettling moment marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's perplexing journey. A tale that would baffle investigators and linger in the shadows of a quiet community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment nestled within a serene suburb. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, she lived a solitary existence, maintaining a cordial relationship with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst lent structure and order to her days, revolving around routines and precision. No one would have suspected that she would soon become the focal point of a mysterious and disturbing criminal investigation. At first, the signs were subtle. Objects within Rebecca's home shifted inexplicably, items rearranged without explanation. A coffee mug relocated, books shuffled, her toothbrush out of place. She attributed these odd occurrences to fatigue-induced lapses, the consequence of prolonged hours spent poring over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. It wasn't until weeks of these disturbances accumulated that Rebecca reached out to the authorities, with Detective Marion Shaw assigned to her case. Initially deemed non-criminal, the incidents were brushed off as potential mental health concerns rather than criminal activities. Detective Shaw cataloged the reports but placed them among the pile of low-priority cases, citing the absence of concrete evidence, no signs of forced entry, missing items, or broken locks. Merely a woman plagued by a sense of foreboding within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the mirror incident in Rebecca's bathroom. Detailed vividly during her subsequent police interaction, she recounted how her own reflection appeared to move independently, casting an eerie gaze upon her. This time, she had tangible proof, a security camera trained on her front door. The footage unearthed a chilling revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video captured Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, only to witness an identical figure, a doppelganger, entering her apartment shortly thereafter. Forensic scrutiny of the footage yielded no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. The intruder replicated Rebecca's movements, attire, and possessions with uncanny precision. Yet, indisputable evidence from her workplace security system confirmed Rebecca's absence during the intrusion. This is a doppelganger scenario, Detective Shaw informed her superiors. Someone who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can emulate her in a disconcertingly accurate manner. The investigation escalated as fingerprints exclusively matched Rebecca's, devoid of foreign DNA. Neighbors attested to witnessing nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca's routine comings and goings. Except for one neighbor, Mrs. Keller, who recalled a peculiar encounter with Rebecca, receiving no response, a deviation from her usual behavior. As the disturbances escalated, Rebecca meticulously documented each anomaly. Minor alterations in her living space multiplied vanishing food, unauthorized computer searches, and unsettling photographs on her phone. Selfies of her likeness, yet with subtle discrepancies, the smile too wide, the gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm losing my mind," she confessed to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion. A breakthrough emerged when a pattern was discerned in the security footage. The doppelganger only intruded during Rebecca's scheduled absences for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery trips, predetermined activities with predictable durations. "Your routine has been meticulously observed," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random intrusion, but a targeted endeavor of surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated a fixation theory, a perpetrator fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, ultimately seeking to supplant her entirely. Such cases, though rare, were documented in psychological archives, typically stemming from a psychological rupture where the assailant fixated on a target embodying desired traits: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation honed in on Rebecca's former colleague, Lily Winters, dismissed for escalating erratic conduct. Lily's close collaboration with Rebecca had led to comments on their striking similarities. Post-dismissal, Lily sent unsettling emails to Rebecca, hinting at an unsettling kinship. "We could be identical," one correspondence divulged. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." With a warrant secured, Detective Shaw's team combed through Lily's residence, unearthing a chilling revelation. A room within Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Adorning the walls were countless images of Rebecca, captured surreptitiously during her daily routines. A closet harbored duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe, alongside makeup brands identical to Rebecca's preferences. Detailed notes chronicled Rebecca's mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily rituals. Most disconcerting were the practice videos, depicting Lily mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions, progressing from rudimentary attempts to nearly indistinguishable imitations. "She aspired to become me," whispered Rebecca upon confronting the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating, but erasing me." Forensic analysis unveiled sophisticated tools for replicating keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had meticulously monitored Rebecca's movements, maintaining an intricate system of observation, including a meticulously detailed schedule prediction. Yet Lily's ultimate objective remained elusive. Journals recovered from her residence oscillated between first and third-person narratives, ambiguously referring to Rebecca as me and her within the same passage. The concluding entry sent shivers down the investigators' spines. "Soon, only one of us will endure. The stronger entity shall prevail." As authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Her hurried escape was evident in her abandoned domicile drawers left ajar, technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued as Rebecca was ushered into protective custody, relocated to an undisclosed secure haven under constant surveillance. Weeks passed as every facet of her former life underwent scrutiny. However, Lily remained elusive. The chilling denouement transpired when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomalous sighting. Despite being on extended leave and under protective surveillance, Rebecca was witnessed entering the premises. Surveillance footage corroborated the account. An exact replica of Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the building, perusing her former workspace for 40 minutes before exiting. The grim reality dawned upon investigators. Lily hadn't fled, but had executed her audacious move, immersing herself in Rebecca's existence, assuming her identity while the genuine Rebecca remained in seclusion. The case lingered as an open enigma, with Lily Winters at large. Rebecca Thorne chose to forge a new identity in an undisclosed location, refraining from revisiting her previous life. Detective Shaw retained a photograph on her desk, a striking resemblance between two women, Rebecca Thorne and Lily Winters. Occasionally, she scrutinized their visages, seeking nuances that would differentiate one from the other. What's truly chilling, Shaw imparted to her protégé, is not the likeness someone may bear or the semblance in their voice. It's the desire to usurp your identity to such an extent that they obliterate their own existence in the process. Our identity isn't merely an outward façade, but a treasured essence, safeguarded vigilantly. And at times, its worth is only realized when threatened by an interloper.